Is there anybody here yet? I
Is there
know.
anybody here yet?
Oh, there I am. Holy shit, my microphone was turned down. Is there anybody here? There's no one here. Oh, Thin Blue Line Slayer is in here first, and guess what you get? Hey, brother, you have not heard hide or hair of this head? Would you just look at it? Would you just look at it, Thin Blue Line Slayer? Would you just look at it? Look at the top. You haven't seen that for a few days. I've been worrying about you, brother. But hey, if you want to be in solitude, you got to be in solitude. I'm in the bunkhole, 300 feet deep, safe and secure from, I think, most government agents. Who else is here? Joko, Kansas City Cop Watch. Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you. And I'm just going to get right down to it. Get right to our sponsors, the Bakelite Boys. Yes, I said the Bakelite Boys are...
Here we go. It's called Carolina.
Our sponsor.
Sing along, won't you?
Yeah, please do. This is kind of our signature. We love North Carolina. We love everybody in it. We just wish everybody in it would love us back.
Stumbled into Carolina, the travel-hardened man, taken by its beauty from the mountains to its sands. My intention was to keep on moving.
Yeah, sing it, Clyde. Sing it.
Down that lonely road. When I pulled into a diner to rest my heavy load. As I gazed across the counter, expecting weary eyes, all I saw were smiles from folks without disguise.
Here we go.
Carolina, Carolina, from the mountains to your shoals, embracing such beautiful souls. Carolina, Carolina, if you ever pass this way again, you're not too far from home. I overheard a farmer saying God had blessed his crop.
Nice.
Tobacco is growing good this year, and the hogs got plenty of slop.
Well.
The waitress sashayed to me with a warm look on her face. She said, "Welcome to Wilson.
Welcome.
You've come to the right place.
Definitely come to the right place.
Fried chicken, grits, and collards are special
right,
of the day.
You're in the right place.
What you had are cooking, you may just want to stay.
You're definitely going to want to stay.
Carolina, Carolina, from the mountains to your cotton fields, embracing such beautiful souls. Carolina, Carolina, if you ever pass this way again, you're not too far from home. Tell us about it, Big.
Well, in a booth by the window, a mom, a dad, and kids. They just been to the baseball game. The Wilson Tops won again. As they finished the best fixings they ever had, and I was ready to walk away. A little old lady in a beautiful hat said, "Oh, Big, you must stay. I see that you've been a weary traveling man with many more miles to go. If you ever come back this way again, you're not too far from home.
Carolina,
Ooh, I squeezed it in.
Carolina.
I swear it went that way.
From the mountains to your shoals, embracing such beautiful souls.
Oh, you're so beautiful.
Carolina, Carolina.
How you like that, girl?
If you ever pass this way again, you're not too far from home. Come on, everybody, sing it. Carolina, Carolina. From the mountains to the cotton fields, embracing such beautiful souls.
Yes, indeed.
Carolina, Carolina. If you ever pass this way again, you're not too far from home. Carolina, Carolina. If you ever pass this way again, you're not too far from home.
Thank you.
Hey, Semper Fi wanted us to do this original.
like-
Holy cow. Had the wrong microphone on, but hey, I think you got it anyhow. Technical difficulties, as they say in the show business. Welcome, Creole. Good to see you. Where's your buddy, Raging Cajun? Give that guy a call, Raging Cajun Randy. Tell him I'm on. Okay, he missed the last show. Of course, I'm not on much anymore. For technical difficulties, as I should say. Yeah, I haven't been on because of technical difficulties. But welcome, Thin Blue Line Slayer. And I'm going to just bring everybody in. Yes, Spot. There's Spot. And Chimp. Yeah, Chimp. There's Chimpy behind the bar. Do you see him behind the bar? He'll serve you up any drink. Right there. Any drink you want, he'll serve you up. Yes. Yes. Spot. There's Old Yeller. Good to see you, Old Yeller. Yeah. Karen, she's pretty good today. Karen's all right. She isn't being a bitch at all. Freaking media, good to see you. You need to stick around because your head is not what people want. We're going to be playing a game. Wheel of Misfortune. So you want to stick around on this happy Easter Sunday? Hey, Jesus had to die. You know, he had to. He just had to. For all of us. You know what I mean? Freaking media was preaching the gospel today. Yeah, he was preaching Jesus, and I mean, he was getting into it too. I mean, like, I haven't seen freaking media get into something more than Jesus. Yes. Are we feeling patriotic? We are feeling patriotic. Oh, we haven't, wait, we haven't, what? Yeah, bring the monkey in here. Yes, little guy. Bring him in. Good to see you. Perfect pause. There she is. Perfect pause on the table. That's her spot. Yeah. All right. Hey, homie, go take a shower, homie. All right. Everybody got to go because I got to get going. Are you patriotic today? I'm feeling somewhat patriotic, so we're going to do this. Everybody salute.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the softly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land and the home of the brave.
Come on, Monkey. Monkey, you didn't salute. You weren't saluting, Monkey. Did you have your hand over your heart? Huh? Watch out, Monkey. They're about ready to shoot. Oh, I thought they were going to shoot you, Monkey. Dang, I was going to say duck. Monkey, duck. All right. Joe Black, good to see you, Joe Black. Welcome to the bunkhole. Say goodbye to everybody. Perfect pause. See ya, because we got things to do. We have things to do? No, we'll keep the monkey, we'll keep Monkey there for now. Karen, you gotta go. Yeller. Yeah, yes, Yeller, you hear me. Yeah, he heard. Did you see him? He heard me. Yeller, see ya. Jump behind the bar. We'll be right back. Keep on serving the drinks. See you later, Splat. All right, we are going. Let's get the fuck out of here. I said, let's get the fuck out of here. We are going to PP13. Oh, no, I'm sorry. The grill room. The horticulture room. We're coming to see you, Puff. Puff Dog, we are definitely coming to see you. I'd like to welcome everybody. This is the time that we all get our drinks, relax. I got a great show for you. We're going into the law library. We're going to go see Steve and PP13 here in a minute. Remember, get your shit kickers on because you need it going through that tunnel. And it is indeed, Ellie, good to see you. It is indeed 420 in Peg's Place. Puff, are you here? Oh, Bill. How you know, Bill? Yes, it's 420 somewhere. Definitely in Peg's Place, Bill. Yes. Puff Dog, are you here? Yeah. Good to see you, Puff. I like when you're holding the fort down like this. Yep. That's right. Even Charlie's in here. Good to see you, Charlie. Yeah. Yes, Charlie. How are you doing, Charlie? Great. Okay, see, it is 420. Definitely 420 in Peg's Place. And you know what we do? In Peg's Place, we pluck one from all the way back, okay? We pluck that one. Oh, Puff. Puff. Woo, Puff. That is some chronic, Puff. That is some of the best. Oh, Puff. It's a masterpiece. It's a Oh, Puff, I'm gonna break this shit up right now, okay, Puff? Here, let me put it down. Let me put it down right there. You go ahead and enjoy yourself, okay? Hey,
The weed.
yes, Miss Bees, it's 420. Miss Bees is the weed. Miss Bees. Good to see you, Miss Bees. The tribe. Good to see you, the tribe. Welcome into the horticulture room. Good to see you. Good to see you. Yes, Charles. Charles, are you enjoying yourself? Charles dances to his own tune, if you know what I mean. Look at him go. Look at him go. Would you just look at Charles go? Well, we got a hell of a show, so I'm going to need both bags. Bring both bags, Puff. Bring both of them because we're going to need them. We're definitely going to need both bags. Yeah. Yeah, we're definitely going to need both bags, Puff. I definitely need 2 of them. Elon, what do you think? Good? Yeah? Yeah? Yeah, good? I agree. Go ahead. No, wait for it. Yes, wait for it. Elon, just wait for it. Happy Zombie and Rabbit Egg Day. Zombie Day. 420 in Peg's place. Hey, Puff, I'm breaking that up and it's sticking to my fingers, Puff. Puff, it's sticking to my... Now it's sticking to... What is this, super glue shit? Puff, is this super glue shit? Oregon Rogue is puffing and puffing and puffing away. Pass to the right. Yes. Yeah, that's right. Pass to the right, because anybody who is right-handed, most people are right-handed, don't want to burn. They don't want to burn. They don't want to burn their finger whenever they pass it, right? When you pass it, you don't want to burn your good fingers. This is your token finger. This is, pass to the right, left, like that, right? You go right like this, and pass to your right. It's easy. You should try it. You should try it right now. Go ahead, hit it. Go ahead. Just go ahead. Try it. Oh, yeah. Puff. It's sticking to my lungs too, Puff. That is some definite... Oh, my goodness, Puff. Bring both of them, Puff. All right. Hey, freaking media. I know. I know you're toking it up because I see you buying that shit in them fucking places up there in Michigan all the time. But go ahead. Try one of these. Go ahead. Go ahead. Just go ahead and eat it. Just eat the top. Just eat the tip of it, right up the tip of it. Just eat the tip of it up there and you'll be all right. The eyeball up there is truly super psychedelic eyeball. Just go ahead and eat it. Floating joint. No, that's not a floating joint. That's a joint that's passed around. Poor Dirt Farmer. Good to see you. Good to see you, poor Dirt Farmer. Ellie, are you sure you don't want to bite? Beej is watching. Yeah, Beej. We're going to hear from Bigfoot Beej here in a minute. Shalonian Estate. Shalonian Estate. Shalonian Estate. I hope I got that right. Shalonian Estate. Good to see you. Okay. I have had that enough. Up. Okay, Puff. Bring both bags. Hit it one more time. Just go ahead. Go ahead. Poor Dirt Farmer, hit it. Puff, while you're dancing, just hit it. And Charles. Oh, see you later. All right. We are going to pull up your boots. Put on your boots and pull up your pants. We're going to the most disgusting place on the planet, PP 13. Pig Precinct 13 for short. As I said, walk around that puddle right there. Joe Black, you know this. You need to step over that. Right there. Oh, you did. Good for you. Duck! Oh no, Joe Black Duck. Beej, you stepped right in it, Beej. Oh, it's smeared all over you. Beej. Oh. Beej, that's going to last for a long time. Don't come upstairs or downstairs, but don't come down when you get home. You know, you just stay up there in your little house. I'll be fine down here in my cavern. Please don't come into the bunkhole living room smelling like that, would you, Beej? Uh-oh, she had a popo scare. Oh, she is home. A Beej had a popo scare on the way home. I bet they were thinking that they were following me. All right, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to tell you we're going to meet, where's Steve? Where's my sidekick? Steve, good to see you, buddy. How are you doing? Steve is my buddy. He's my sidekick. He used to be in jail, this very same jail. Yeah. Yeah, he spent a lot of time in this jail, PP 13, Pig Precinct 13. And where is your brother? Is he still in here? Oh, yes. Dweeb. Dweeb is still in here? Over the Easter holiday, Dweeb, your brother Dweeb is still in here? Steve and Dweeb. Yeah, Dweeb's a lost cause. But the reason why I'm in here, Steve, it's not because of you. And no, it's not because of you or not because of Dweeb. I could care less. But hey, go ahead, Steve. Steve, go ahead, hit that. Go ahead. No, you have to get off camera, Steve. Jeez. Go ahead, hit that. Hit it. Go. I know this is why I come, Steve. Yeah, that's right, Steve. Hit it. That's right, Steve. Does that make you feel better, Steve? That make you feel better? I know it does. Good, Steve. No, Dweeb, you're not getting any. Dweeb, no. You're not getting any, Dweeb. All right, I'm here because my 3-year anniversary is coming up. 3 years of my arrest in Pitt County, North Kakalaki. That's why I played Carolina up front. The Big Light Boys, Carolina. Excuse me. I had some pickled eggs before I got on this show, and they're coming up. Pickled eggs are good. But anyhow, my lovely wife Beej made them for me, and they are delectable. But anyhow, Steve, are you listening to me? Good. Okay, Pitt County. My 3-year anniversary is coming up, and I have yet to find an attorney. Go figure. To take a civil case. So the question is, should I or shouldn't I do it myself? Give me a 1 if you think I should file the civil lawsuit against Deputy Dildy, and Deputy what the heck is his name? I forget his name now. Been so long. I remember Dildy, because it's Dildy, but it's so easy to remember Dildo. I'll remember his name here in a second. Give me a 1 if you think I should represent myself in a civil action 1983 against Dildy and Sergeant Guthrie. If you forgot, if you somehow forgot, watch this. This is the day that I was arrested.
Good morning, y'all. How's it going? Is everything okay, sir? Yes, sir. Can I ask why are we being filmed today?
I don't know.
Hey, sir, how you doing?
Pretty good, yourself?
All right. Just coming by to find out why we're being filmed today.
Because it's the First Amendment of the Constitution, a constitutionally protected activity.
Yes, sir. First Amendment audit, I totally understand that.
Yes, Ding!
I'm Officer Carmen. How y'all doing?
Pretty Isn't he nice?
All right.
Isn't he
We're
nice?
just making sure that y'all are positioned on the public property part so we don't have any issues.
Nice.
Because, of course, you know,
Nice.
if you cross over the line...
And I'm not like that, but you have awesome eyes, dude.
Yeah,
Your eyes are so awesome. Doesn't he? Excellent eyes. Yeah, we're staying to the public areas.
Okay. And just be sure, you know, not to film anybody's license plates or anything like
Can't trespass the eyes, sir. We can film whatever we can see from public.
that. Yep, you're right. All right. Well, just be safe. Don't get hit by anything.
Don't need any explaining. I'm 55 years old. I haven't been hit by a truck, train, or bus yet.
All right. I got you. All right.
All right.
Thank y'all.
Appreciate it, man. Good job.
Moments
Excellent
later.
job, but uh-oh.
No, sir.
Wasn't he so professional? He knew exactly what the fuck is going on. Who the fuck is this?
So much
Who the fuck is this?
You know,
Uh-oh.
but there's somebody right there. Hey, Captain. First Amendment audit.
That's the idiot.
Hey pal, you just blowing from Stupid Town?
No, we're not. No, we're not. If you would just listen to me, sir. That man had it right. You should promote him. You should promote If you would just listen to me, sir. You come out wrong, brother. Sir, if you would just listen to me. You got some bad leaders, man.
More moments later.
I live in a free country.
All right, you're under arrest.
For what?
Disorderly conduct by abusive language. I already told you.
Abusive language and disorderly conduct.
You stop cussing. You haven't cussed.
You know what I need to tell you. Cussing is a First Amendment activity. First Amendment activity, I'm allowed to swear. I'm allowed to swear. I am allowed to swear it's a First Amendment activity.
It's disorderly conduct.
It's not disorderly conduct. Disorderly conduct? Disorderly conduct is it's not applicable here. You're falsely arresting me. You're falsely arresting me.
It's a general session.
You're falsely arresting me. I'm allowed to speak my mind in public. You know this. Did you see that, Steve? It was terrible, wasn't it? Being handcuffed, being tossed in the back of a cruiser, being taken to a jail, locked in. Handcuffs fucking hurt, man. The trauma, the emotional damage. Well, whatever happened to that? Does anybody know what happened to that? Does anybody know what the fuck happened? Steve, do you know what happened? Well, I'll tell you what happened. I took it to court, pro se. And I won. I didn't even need to put a defense on. The judge dismissed it himself at halftime. I didn't even get to throw a ball. I didn't even get to pitch. I mean, I didn't even get to reach under my center's scrotum sack, right? I didn't even get to get under him. I whooped them on cross-examination is what I did. I absolutely ripped them all. 3 deputies and a TikTok railroad cop. She was beautiful, too, in her bun. And she was really sexy, too. I ate them up in court, cross-examination. You know, railroad right-of-way, trespass on railroad right-of-way. They argued that from the get-go, that I was trespassing. And the TikTok, beautiful TikTok railroad cop steps up and says, we have a right of way of 100 feet from the center of that railroad track out. 100 yards, I'm sorry. No, sorry, 100 feet. I think it might be 100 yards. No, it's feet, 100 feet. That's all they argued, that I was inside that 100 feet right of way. I argued that the road has an easement and that the railroad crossing is there for a reason, so traffic and people can cross the railroad without getting smashed by a train, like Wile E. Coyote. Beep beep, zip bang. So, I argued easement, they argued right of way. Well, right of way is infrastructure. Like, if you need to put a telephone pole near that railroad track, it has to be 100 feet away from the center. If you're going to put water or any kind of infrastructure, like even if it's electric lines or telephone lines, fiber optic lines, gas lines, sewage lines galore, you still have to fucking be outside that 100 feet, which is exactly how far their fence was, 100 feet. And that daggum fiber optic line that was running the whole length of the fence. So I won that one. The question is, do I pursue a civil action? You don't think Steve was paying attention? Wake the fuck up, Steve. Jeez, just fucking wake the fuck up. He pisses me off, man. I don't think he was either. He just looks dumbfounded, doesn't he? Dumbfounded. Okay. So I wanted to show you this. And it didn't show it in that clip because that was a little 3-minute clip that I put together for entertainment value. Anyhow, this is what really transpired after. Now, let me tell you, I wanted to say this too. Chain Weaver, good to see you. Happy Easter. Now, let me tell you this. Now, was that first guard not the most professional, insightful, calm, respectful? That first guard, I forget his name now. He was awesome. He knew exactly what the fuck we were doing. He goes over to his white boss, who's in the white van, coming to his rescue. Didn't listen to a fucking word his man said. He goes up to him trying to explain to him, sir, they're auditors. As long as they're fine, they're fine. I already talked to him, but he's like, fuck you. Call the police. What the fuck do you know anyhow, black man? I'm wearing the white shirt, you're wearing the other colored shirt. You're going to listen to me, son. Boy, call the police. The man's like, okay, fuck it. He walked the fuck away. I saw him standing all the way up in the parking lot. And when this happened, here we go.
Oh, we got one that snuck up behind me.
There's my buddy, Carolina Auditor. Look at him coming. Look at that man coming. Look at him come. Look at him come.
Sorry, I do not answer questions.
I just want to make sure you're off the property because they said you were on the property. I just want to make sure. You also need to know you got to stay off the railroad property too, correct?
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Stay off the railroad track property too, right?
Yeah,
Stand there.
we know.
How's everything going? It's doing great. How about yourself? A little hot.
Sir, excuse me, sir. Sir, you can't, sir.
I'm not answering any questions.
If on the other side of the railroad track, it'll be fine, sir. Have you guys refused to go back across the railroad track?
Here, I'll hold that. Oh, go ahead. Want me to hold it?
Yeah.
Oh, got it.
Who y'all with?
I don't answer questions.
Click on it, shows you where it shows the name.
That's my buddy. That's my buddy Carolina Auditor explaining to these bastards where the fucking public property is. He's going, look, it's down there. All the way over there. See? That's my buddy. I miss Carolina Auditor so much. Most intelligent, one of the most intelligent men I've ever met in my life.
All right, the captain's back. How you doing, Captain?
See the property lines. If you click on there, like I said, it shows the loans. This right here shows. So you say that's the one right here? Yeah.
Go ahead, grab it. Take it. Take it, dude. Here, you know how to do it.
All this resource is wasted because you don't know your property line, sir. Look at all this resources wasted because you don't know your property line. That's a shame, man. That's a shame. I even told you.
The only thing they asked me is always we're not. They don't treat them decent. They don't necessarily treat us decent, but that's okay. Not everybody likes to. All right, thank you very much. Thanks for holding that.
No, sir. This is public
Stand-
property. You don't
stand
have any
up there,
right to
sir.
tell me where to be in public. What's the matter with you?
Stand over there, sir.
Yeah,
Like I'm a
that
dog.
line
I ain't no fucking
You can
dog.
step on the other side. Don't get all bolsterous with me. Don't let your ego get away with yourself. All right?
Yeah, I talk to Willie every once in a while, Chain Weaver. He's too much of a busy man. He's fishing. He's constantly fishing in a boat. Like a boat. He's constantly fishing in a boat. Man. Can't stand when they give you an unlawful order as like a dog. I mean, They could be nice, right? They could be nice, and they could talk to you. Hey, sir, we're going to stand over here. We understand that we can't intrude on you and where you are. So we're going to go all the way down here, right? Instead of pointing at me, telling me where to stand. I'm 55 fucking years old. I don't need no man to tell me where to fucking stand in public. It doesn't fucking work that way. And it insults me. It's degrading and it's rude. It's very rude. Now, all these people out there that said I was mean and all of that, next thing that's rude is you don't identify yourself. Up to this point, I've been real nice, I think. Don't you think? I think I've been really, really nice up to this point. We've done everything that they've asked us to do, other than to stand where we want to stand and not speak. Now, Willie spoke, and that's the way Willie is. Willie likes to break these things down to these guys, and that's fine. Use your ass.
No, that's a cable line. That's a cable line.
Be safe, try not to get in traffic. Not cross the line.
Yep. I suggest please don't bark at people who are doing nothing wrong and tell them to get off public land. What's your badge number and name?
Guilty, 9978.
Same here.
We're out of here, sir.
What's your name and badge
I don't
number?
have to answer to you.
Listen, you do have to answer me because you're my servant, brother.
No, you're not.
You're my servant. You work for me. Who are you? Who are you to deny me access to your name and badge number? Okay, 406. I'm going to file a report on you. Of course, I can't go on their property because get your ID, your driver's license, driver's plate. Walk of shame. And this is why there's a disconnect, people, with you and the people. Because of punks like you.
Don't do it, man.
Because of punks like you.
Don't say it.
You.
No.
You. Get the fuck out of here.
Oh, no.
Who the fuck do you think?
What?
That man did not ID.
No.
Why?
No,
Why?
Tugga, no.
Is that your policy?
Don't scream.
Is that your policy?
Don't holler.
Is it your policy not to ID yourself?
Let me explain something to you.
No, you don't explain anything to me. I explain to you. I explain to you.
If you don't calm down and stop.
No, I don't have to calm down. I live in a free country.
All right,
That's what I thought.
For what?
Disorderly conduct by abusive language. I already told you.
Abusive language and disorderly conduct.
All right, Coach. You stop cussing. You
You do not ID yourself. Cussing is a First Amendment activity.
It is
First Amendment activity. I'm allowed to swear. I'm allowed to swear. I am allowed to swear. It's a First Amendment activity.
It's disorderly conduct.
It is
by
not
abusive
disorderly
language.
conduct. Disorderly conduct.
Yeah.
Disorderly conduct is not applicable here.
Oh, yes, it is.
No, it isn't.
Statute.
You're falsely arresting me.
Okay. It's a
You're
general statute.
falsely arresting me.
It's a general statute.
You're falsely arresting me.
Okay.
I'm allowed to speak my mind in public, and you know this. I want to see your supervisor right now. No, I want to see your supervisor. I want to see your.
Phone up here. All right. So, Steve, what'd you think about that, Steve? You think that was pretty fucked up? And he come out there, he was leaving. He was driving by, see ya. And all I said was, get the fuck out of here. And then like a New York accent, get the fuck out of here. That's pretty good, right? You would have thought that I was a Goomba from New York, right? That's the only accent that I do anyhow. But, yes, that went well, Oregon Rogue. No, I turned the video off, but that's all right. So, I have a lot more than that. But, Creole, I saw you said I should go ahead and file the 1983 on my own. The statute of limitations is coming up on this in North Carolina, and I haven't been able to find a lawyer yet, and that's fine. I said that I would do it. You thought that I forgot about that? Pitt County, Sheriff Dance down there, just got reelected, Sheriff Dance. Yay, we got reelected. Sheriff Dan's got reelected. Sheriff Dan's got reelected. Yes. So, Sheriff Dance, do you think I should file a 1983 lawsuit on Dildy and Guthrie? And I forget the other one. Obvious violation of my civil rights, because what did I do? I spanked your ass in court. In cross-examination, and it was fun. At the end of the trial, the judge said, Mr. Bannon, don't even put on a defense. This is after lunch. Don't even put on a defense. He says, I do not like the way that you treated them deputies. And he started to crescendo as he's giving me a tongue lashing. You, as a Marine, had treated them with more respect. He says, them officers have women, their wives, and children at home, and you treated them like dirt, Mr. Allen. Do you know, Mr. Allen, if you were in North Korea or Russia, you would have been arrested for that? I said, but Your Honor, I was arrested for that. It's one of the biggest judicial judgeship fuck-ups I've ever heard in my life. He's hammered me about how I treated them deputies. Did I treat them deputies bad? Did you see anything in that I treated them in any other way than they treated me? So the judge says that if I was in North Korea or Russia, then I would have been arrested for treating the police officers as I did. What does that make your court, Your Honor? And he realized what he said. And he goes, okay. Now, if a defendant would say, but Your Honor, in the middle of sentencing, if a defendant speaks up and says, Your Honor, but I was arrested, that's contempt of court. He could have said, you shut your mouth, Mr. Bannon, but he didn't. Because he knew how stupid he sounded. Does that make this court a communist court, Your Honor, is what I said, in essence, without saying it. I said, did you just call this court a Russian court, Your Honor? It sure does feel like it, or did feel like it up to this point. Charges should have never been brought. Should have been dropped, Your Honor. I didn't say any of this, but, you know, when I'm going. I mean, I'm fucking on the roll. I don't need to say anything more than that. So I just sat there and listened to him, and he said, okay, not guilty. I looked over, Steve, at Dildy and Guthrie and the TikTok cop, railroad cop, and they got up real quick. They hung their heads. And they all marched. They were all sitting in the daggum gallery, where the freaking the jury gallery. Now they were allowed to stay in the courtroom the whole time too, so they all knew what each other testified to. And they still ripped them a new asshole, all of them, including the prosecutor. So I look over at the prosecutor, young man. I didn't feel sorry for him. I'm hoping that they laughed their asses off at the office how bad he lost that case. I hope that he's still getting ribbons over that. And Mr. Prosecutor, do you think I should file a 1983 on that one? By myself? I have shown that I could win in a criminal trial. So if you would extrapolate criminal to civil 1983, maybe I just might be able to do it. And you're going to see here in a minute. You're going to see in a minute, Miss Stantz. Sheriff Dance. You're going to see in a minute. I'm going to try my damnedest and chalk it up for experience so that I can move down the line and have a trifecta of criminal cases and civil cases that I've won. I've won one criminal case right now. I'm going for two more. It'll give me three. And then I'm going to go for the grand trifecta of 3 civil lawsuits. Boom, fucking boom. I got very limited time left on this fucking planet, and I'm going to fucking show who the fuck I am. That you could do it too. It's not that hard. The operation manual is all over the internet. Criminal procedure, civil procedure, magistrate procedure, forms, documents, code. Just decipher it. Takes a long time, but you know what? Once you start reading it, you know it. Right, Steve? Right, Steve? Yeah, that's right. Steve knows. Steve's hung around me long enough to know. And I'm sure you've hung around me long enough to know that I mean what I say and say what I mean. I am always going to do what I say I'm going to do. I felt in the last couple of years just to let everything relax around Pitt County. Everybody's like, where the hell did that ever go? Never filed a lawsuit, never did what he said he was going to do. Well, I'm going to. Raging Cajun Randy, good to see you. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to get out of here, Steve. We're going to get out of here, and we're going to go to the law library because this is going to my next point. You know how I love my heroes, Steve, and you're not one of them. But my heroes, Steve, Philip Turner, and my new hero, we all heard him last show, Mr. Wingate III. He's my new hero, but there is another hero that I want you to be aware of. And this is the ultimate of the ultimate hero in my book because he got 2. Yes, count them, 2. Pro se Supreme Court successors. Can anybody tell me who? Steve, I know you're not going to get it. And Dweeb, hey Dweeb, see you later, buddy. Get the fuck out of here. Go sell some dried up tobacco spit. Okay, Steve, get the fuck out of here. We're going to. Can anybody tell me who I'm talking about? Who? I don't know if anybody else has ever done it, but in modern times, who is the only individual to ever argue 2 cases in front of the Supreme Court, pro se, and when? Can anybody tell me while we go to the law library? Eric Brandt has 2. No, not Supreme Court. That's Colorado. And I'm impressed. Yes, Eric Brandt. I'm impressed with Eric Brandt. He's another one of my heroes. Yeah, Eric Brandt's one of my heroes. I got sunlight coming through. Look at all the sunlight. It's mirrors. mirrors that bounce off each other to get all this beautiful sunlight. Okay. So, Eric Brandt. Yes, Eric Brandt has, I think, a couple Colorado, one Supreme Court, Colorado Supreme Court, maybe another one a Circuit Court. Colorado out there. But not pro se. That's right. But not pro se. That's correct, Joe Black. Is anybody else in there, Chain Weaver, poor dirt farmer? Tribe pleads should never be bargained. Correct. Okay. I'm going to get me off camera. And I'm going to go ahead and play this. And I'm going to play this. I'm going to play this uninterrupted. This is the actual oral arguments in front of the United States Supreme Court. The first time. This is the first time. Let me fill you in on it. Called Lozman versus Riviera Beach. Mr. Lozman lived on a houseboat, and Riviera Beach was going to take it eminent domain. And they argued that a houseboat is not a house. It's not a home. It's not a home. Mr. Lozman continually went to the Riviera Beach meetings. Public meetings. Mr. Lozman went to all the Riviera Beach public meetings. So let's see how Riviera Beach treated Mr. Lozman. Does anybody know Lozman v. Riviera Beach? Give me a 1. If you know Lozman versus Riviera Beach, give me a 1. Sound familiar? All right, here we go. Now, it's the first time I've watched this, but I know the case. Out of the watchdog.
We'll have argument next in case
he knows,
11-626,
out of the
Lozman versus
watchdog,
the
Happy
City of
Easter.
Riviera
He knows
Beach. Mr. Fisher.
Lozman versus
Mr. Chief Justice, and may
Riviera
it please
Beach.
the Court.
Okay, I'm going silent.
To be a vessel,
Enjoy.
the structure must be practically capable of maritime transportation. And this case turns on how to assess such practical capability. And that's a question this Court answered over a century ago in Cope and Perry, explaining that practical capability depends not on any physical attribute the structure might have, but rather on, quote, its purpose. That is, whether its function is to move people or things across water. And that test has been applied numerous times before and since, across decades, providing stability and overall coherence to general maritime law. And of course,
You should have phrased the test that way then, because it really.
Pardon me?
That doesn't seem to me a very felicitous description of what the test is enunciated to be.
Well,
right? The test is whether it's what? Practically able?
Practically capable.
Practically capable. Well, you could be practically capable of doing something, even though the purpose of setting the thing up has nothing to do with that.
Well, that's not what this Court's cases say.
I understand. I'm just saying we ought to get a different test, and let's get rid of this. If we agree with you, let's get rid of this practically capable test, because practically capable, frankly, would make us come out the other way in this case.
With all due respect, I don't think that's correct. In Evansville in 1926, this Court used that exact phrase, practical capability, and it assessed that practical capability by looking at, quote, the function of the structure. Again and again in Evansville and others cases, this Court asks, was the function of the structure to carry people or things across water? Because
that just has, I understand that argument. It's got no connection whatever to the statutory language, right?
Well, I think the word capable obviously is in the statute, and what this Court has said as recently as Stewart is that
capable in the statute. Purpose is not,
good to
right?
say,
Correct.
And what this Court said in Stewart is that capable means practically capable, not theoretically capable. There's a range of how broad the word capable can be. And again, going back over a century, every single time this Court's been confronted with that question, it's used the term function to describe whether or not something is practically capable of carrying people or things over water.
You described cases with this purpose or function. The briefs cited a district court decision, Sea Village Marina, that says floating homes like the one here that can be towed, that are not in the business of carrying people or goods, but can be towed miles across the water, that those constitute vessels. And this district court decision, Sea Village Marina, cited many, many cases. And do you say that district judge just got it wrong, or the cases were wrong?
Justice Ginsburg, I think there's a confusion of terminology that I hope I can straighten out at the outset. The term floating home is generally described to mean a residence that is designed to sit still and is not designed to carry people or things over water. The term houseboat is something that is self-propelled, generally moves people or things over water. What happened in the Sea Village Marina case, in my understanding, is the Court simply used the wrong term. It cited a lot of cases that held that houseboats, as we describe a houseboat as something that is designed to move its owner and the owner's things from here to there, are vessels. And we don't dispute that. But on the other hand, you have something called floating homes, which the brief filed by the Seattle and Sausalito Floating Homes Associations give a very thorough description of what a floating home is and how it's different. And in a primary way that it's different is that as opposed to a houseboat, which is doing its function, it's doing its job when it's moving things from place to place, a floating home can't function when it's out in the water being towed. None of the utilities work, none of the power, no equipment is aboard to do anything.
In your brief, I really lost count, but I think it's 6 times on the first 2 pages you talk about indefinitely moored. Now, the facts are in dispute, and we're not quite clear.
Shut your mouth, Kennedy.
Let's assume that this magnificent structure is, which was mercifully destroyed. Let's assume that it was attached to the dock by a rope, a garden hose, and an extension cord, and that it could leave within 30 minutes' notice. Is that indefinitely moored? And if the answer is yes, is that because of the subjective intent of the owner?
Justice Kennedy, it would be indefinitely moored. That's the term this Court used in Stewart to describe whether something was being used to transport people or goods. It had I have to emphasize that some of the assumptions we do in fact dispute in your hypothetical, but the fact that it sat still for 3 years, performing its function as a stationary residence, shows that it was indefinitely moored. The importance of indefinite mooring, though, I want to emphasize, is actually less important in this case than it might be if this were a dead ship case, where you had something that was conceitedly a vessel.
But suppose
in the question,
you know the law school game. Suppose it was moved every month.
It would still not be a vessel, and you don't have to look any further than this Court's Evansville case.
That would be indefinitely moored in your view?
Well, I'm not sure if you'd use the term indefinitely moored at that point, but it certainly wouldn't be transformed into a vessel, because look at this Court's Evansville case.
Before you get to Evansville, just let's say it moved around once a month, but also it had a raked bow. It wasn't squared. Then it starts to look more like a boat. It moves around more frequently. This mooring, I mean, if you have a sailboat and you pull up at a dock, you hook up for water and plug in for power. It doesn't seem to me to be terribly significant.
I think that's right if you start with something that is a vessel. The fact that you simply leave it at the dock for a long time doesn't take away vessel status. That's what this Court held in Stewart. But if you start with something that isn't a vessel, and I give you the Roper case, which did have a raked bow, it was an old Liberty ship that everybody agreed had been decommissioned and turned into a non-vessel. Then they brought it in, they towed it, Justice Ginsburg, they towed it, they loaded it up with grain, towed it again, let it sit still for a couple of years, towed it back, unloaded the grain, and this Court said it's not a vessel. And why did this Court say it's not a vessel? And I'll quote from the opinion. It said, because unlike a barge, The Harry Lane was not moved in order to transport commodities from one place to another. It served as a mobile warehouse performing its function of storing grain. In the Evansville case,
have been lost even as I've read the briefs, because there's a lot of terminology that I'm not sure and standards that have been proposed, that what concepts they're tied to, okay? As I see our cases, I'm not quite sure where indefinitely moored came from. I've seen the word permanently moored. You seem to be suggesting a difference between the two things, and I'm not sure where you got the latter, indefinitely moored, from. And how that ties to the concept of purpose. Does the permanent status or indefinite mooring of a vessel not make it, of a structure not make it a vessel? Or does purpose get layered on top of mooring?
No, purpose is the overall question.
But it applies to whether something is permanently moored or floating on the sea.
That helps you determine its purpose. And so the word where indefinite comes from, Justice Sotomayor, is from the Stewart case, where this Court cited the Fifth Circuit's Pavone case with approval, which had held that an indefinitely moored floating casino was not a vessel.
I just don't see how you can get purpose into this statutory language. It says nothing about purpose. It says capable of being used as a means of transportation on water. How does purpose get in there? Whose purpose are we talking about?
We're talking about an objective purpose, Justice Scalia.
Well, then you're not talking about purpose. You're talking about function, right? You're just using purpose as a kind of strange synonym for function. But you're not talking about purpose of either the homeowner or the manufacturer of the boat. You're just saying, what is this, or what does this thing, this floating home, do?
Exactly. And I'm doing, if I can just say this directly, I'm trying to do exactly what this Court did in Cope and Evansville and Roper. The exact analysis this Court applied in those cases is precisely what we want this Court to apply here. Sometimes use the word purpose.
Can I ask about that definition? That definition comes from the Rules of Construction Act, right?
Yes.
Which provides the meaning of the word vessel as used in the United States Code. Okay?
Correct.
What meaning of vessel in the United States Code is at issue here?
The word vessel in the Maritime Lien Act, which is what provides the federal forum, assertedly, for the plaintiff, the city, to bring this case. So the word vessel is its jurisdictional and substantive hook. Justice Sotomayor, if I could return to your question about indefinite mooring, the importance of indefinite mooring in this case, where you have something that was not a vessel to begin with, is simply to ask whether it's been transformed into a vessel, exactly as this Court asked in Roper. So is it being used for its function for which it was created?
Aren't you just begging the question? You keep saying it was not a vessel to begin with. Why? Doesn't it just restate the question?
I'm not trying to beg the question. I'm just trying to describe our argument to you. There are some cases.
Well, doesn't your argument beg the question?
I hope not. I'm trying to distinguish between two lines of cases. One being where you have things that were, like the Roper case, that were made as boats, as vessels, undisputedly. And now the question is whether they've been pulled out of navigation, as opposed to another set of cases, which we believe this falls into, where the question itself is whether this was ever a vessel. And in those kinds of cases, the indefinite mooring shows that it's being used for its function. It hasn't, for example, if I could give a hypothetical, maybe it would help. Imagine a piece of floating dock. Now, under their test, that would be a vessel, because you can unhook the dock, load it up with stuff, and tow it around, if a company wanted to use that as a makeshift barge. But no maritime case has ever held a floating dock as a vessel. But if somebody did that, then it would no longer be indefinitely moored.
What a dillweed.
Be using
a
different
dock
function
is a dock, you
and might be
dickhead.
transformed into.
I think you may very well have a good argument, but if you're relying either on purpose or on indefinite mooring, then you've lost me. I don't see how you get those into the words of the statute.
Well,
suppose you have a boat. It's tied up at the harbor here in Washington. It hasn't been moved for 5 years. It's indefinitely moved, or 10 years, or 20 years. But if it's capable, if you could untie it and sail it out into the river, doesn't it fall within the definition?
It absolutely does, because the function of a boat is to move people or things over water. So when it's sitting still, Justice Alito, it's not performing its function.
Right. So you're not really talking about a function test, and you're using strange words because they come out of our opinion. It's kind of not your fault. But you're really saying that what should apply here is a function test. We're looking at this floating home. What does it do? Is it just a thing that sits, or is it a thing that transports things over water? Isn't that your test?
Yes, it is.
So it changes the same thing is not a boat sometimes, and it is a boat. You've got a casino that's tied up for a month. During that time, it's not a boat, and then they move it around to go to the other side of the river, and during that time, it is a boat?
No, this court in Stewart rejected the snapshot test that I think is what you just described. The question is whether it has the function of moving people or things over water or not. Now, some casinos go up and down the river.
The hypothetical I've posed was meant to pose the question, well, sometimes things do both, and how do we tell which it is?
If it actually does the latter and is performing its function while moving, then it is a vessel. And that's what this court held in Stewart. There's not a primary purpose test. If one of its purposes is to move people or things over water, then it's a vessel. But that's not the purpose of a floating home. That's not the purpose of a floating restaurant or something else that might be floating.
How do we know
but you could tie it up and move it.
How do we know that, Mr. Fisher? I mean, maybe these floating homes are just a poor man's houseboat, right? That the point of getting a floating home is actually to have a home that you can hook up to a boat and move from place to place. And so you don't have to, have the motor running all the time or have the capacity to move it all the time. But when you want to move it on water and when you want to move your possessions on water, you have the capacity to do so.
Well, with all due respect, Justice Kagan, that's not why people have floating homes. The amicus brief explains that. But you don't have to look any further than the history of this. The only two times it moved any significant distance were one when it changed ownership and two when a hurricane struck, so it had to be moved. And look at your own cases. In Pavone, which this court cited with approval in Stewart, that structure moved hundreds of miles over several years. This court said not a vessel. The structure in Evansville moves three different ways. It moved up and down the Mississippi-Ohio River as it changed ownership. Several times over the course of 14 years. It also moved every winter to avoid the ice that would come in. And thirdly, it was repositioned on literally almost a daily basis to accord with the stages of the river. And again, applying this court's well-settled function test, this court said that's not a vessel.
But it was still tied to the land with roads and ramps and so forth. Here you've got the hose and the extension cord and the rope.
Well, the importance
it seems to me, suppose you want us to make some universal definition of, we know what a floating home is. Suppose this, suppose there were another owner of a structure like this, and it moved to a different slip every week to get more shade or more wind or something. Then that would be different?
It would sound to me just like the floating warehouse and office in Evansville, as I just described that case. But, Justice Kennedy, let me say one more thing before I reserve my time.
Suppose it moved up and down the canal to get better or worse weather during different seasons.
If it's simply being repositioned and not being used for a transportation purpose, that is, to move people or things, then it's not a vessel. And
well,
that's
I have
exactly
the same problem Justice Kagan says. The whole point is that it can move. That's the reason you have it.
That is not the point, Justice Kennedy, with all due respect. There's a difference between a floating home and a houseboat, and I urge you to look at the briefs on this point. And this comes right back to your question.
Outside of your floating home, what other structures would be kept out of your definition of purpose or function and the city's definition of practically capable? Can you imagine any other function that's out there floating around?
Other floating commercial.
Because they disavow water skis and garage doors and say they're practical capable tests would.
Well, I'm not sure they can actually disavow that on their test.
Well,
but
I know, but
floating commercial establishments, floating docks, floating trampolines and play structures. And Justice Kennedy, if I could just answer your question, then I'll reserve the rest of my time. The importance of the connecting of the utilities and the water hose, which was actually a specialized water hose, not a garden hose. But the importance of those connections is found in state codes across the country that distinguish between floating homes and houseboats, asking whether they're dependent on those connections to operate. A floating home cannot function if it's not tied to land. It doesn't matter how many amps we want to fight about. It's whether it needs that power from land, whether it needs those connections to land. A houseboat, like any other vessel, can fully function away from port. If I could reserve the remainder of my time.
Thank you, counsel.
Yeah, you can reserve the balance of your time. You're wrong, but hey, Cajun Raging Randy knows about living on a houseboat. I'm sure he lives in the bayou on a freaking houseboat.
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the Court, I think if I could start with Justice Kagan's questions, the government's position is that this is an objective function test, and in evaluating when a structure is practically capable of being used as a means of transportation, this Court has repeatedly recognized that function is important to that inquiry. It did so as recently as Stewart, when it recognized that the function of the dredge there was to carry crew and equipment across Boston Harbor in the course of dredging a trench. It also did so in the cases that Petitioner's Counsel has already talked about, Evansville, Roper.
Can I interrupt you just there on the dredging? You say the function of the dredge was to carry people and equipment. I would have said the function of the dredge is to dredge in the middle of the river.
Well, the Court...
Right? And so, and I don't know which of us would be right, so it seems to me that function test is a very difficult one to apply.
Well, the Court in Stewart said that dredges, and I'm quoting from page 492, serve a waterborne transportation function because they carry...
Well, I know what it said. I guess I would say, obviously it serves a waterborne function, but I'm not sure the first thing I would say when I see one of these dredges in the middle of the river is that its purpose is to move people and equipment. I would say its purpose is to dredge.
Well, but in general, it needs to dredge not just in one place, because it's not just dredging a hole; it's dredging a trench. It usually
I know, but that's saying it has to be able to move, and I agree with that. But its purpose is still to dredge, not to move.
Well, I think that the Court...
You could use it if you had a transportation boat, right? Any equipment you need to move, you put on another boat and drop it off. The people who work, you bring them over and drop it off.
Yeah, I think that you could do that. I think that's typically not the way the dredges not the way the super scoop worked in Stewart, and it's not the way historic dredges worked in the
Sure, it is, isn't it? I mean, the super scoop doesn't go to maybe it does, go to the shore every morning, then come right out again. They move people back and forth with other boats, don't they?
What I meant is that there are people and equipment on the super scoop when it is moving across Boston Harbor. They didn't sort of take it out there all empty every morning and then load other things onto it that they brought out there. And in Evansville, the Court recognized that the wharf boat there, which is a large structure, it was 240 feet long, 48 feet wide. It served as an office, a warehouse, and a wharf on the side of the river. And the Court said that it performed no function that might not have been performed as well by structures.
Suppose someone builds a replica of a historic watercraft, a Viking boat, the kind of outrigger canoes that the Polynesians used throughout the Pacific Ocean. And the purpose of this is to display it in a museum. No one has any intention whatsoever of ever putting it in the water. But it's built so that if they did, it would function just like its historic antecedent. Is that a vessel?
I think that would be a vessel because its objective function, if you look at its design and its natural function, this is the phrase that even respondents, law professor Amiki used. They acknowledge that the function and purpose test is appropriate if it takes account of the craft's own design and natural function.
What about I thought there was a kind of caveat in one of these cases, maybe Stewart, that said take a thing that looks just like a boat, the Queen Mary, but if it is permanently, they use the word indefinite, I think they mean permanently, but if it is permanently moored to the shore and is never going to see again, then it isn't a vessel.
That's true. That's because it's...
All right, and then the Polynesian boat is permanently in the museum. There's a lot of objective evidence of that. It would not be a vessel. But if it's something they really could well take out on the sea, then it is. Is that right?
It is true that the Court recognized in Stewart, and the Coast Guard's craft routinely operated dockside policy is based upon the presumption that something that used to be a vessel can cease to be a vessel if it is permanently or indefinitely moored. That's the phrase that the court quoted in Stewart, and the court recognized that even something that's anchored to the seabed could.
That doesn't come up here because that concerns Queen Mary being sent to Long Beach and used as a hotel.
And the Queen Mary is essentially behind a cofferdam. It doesn't have ready access to open water. It's connected to shore in all sorts of permanent ways. We don't think that that's the type of case that we have here, because nobody is saying that this once was a vessel and is now no longer one just because it's tied up to the dock in the way that it was tied up here. And so, Justice Kennedy, we think that this isn't really a case about indefinite mooring as making the difference. This is a case where you need to start with the question of, was it ever a vessel? And
so so that permanent mooring is a different inquiry in your mind?
Well, permanent mooring is usually going to be relevant to the question of whether something ceases to be a vessel, because it's no longer practically capable of being used as a means of transportation. That's the way the court discussed the point in Stewart. And that's true even for a case like Roper, which was a former Liberty ship that was towed up and down the James River.
Well, that's a somewhat easy case because the hull, I think, was removed or something was removed that
there were things that had been removed when it had been decommissioned originally, but if the Court of Appeals test were used here and the court were to conclude that something is a vessel if it is merely capable of being towed across water, even to its detriment, then you can't explain the answer in cases like Evansville or in Roper, where, because the Evansville wharf boat was towed at least 10 times, as described in pages 21 and 22 of the court's opinion, and nobody was asking whether it had the office furniture and light fixtures and things like that removed when it was towed at least twice a year for the 7 years before that suit began.
So, Mr. Gannon, you think that even at the moment that the thing is being transported, and let's say that the thing has, various furniture and things on it, you think even at that moment, under Section 3, it's not it might not be a vessel?
That's generally going to be true, yes. If the purpose of the structure, the function, the objective function of the structure is to operate, just to be stationary beside the dock, then it's not going to be a vessel even when it's being towed behind another vessel. There may still be rules about how it needs to be lit at night and things like that.
What if it was more seaworthy, so that it could be towed 200 miles without suffering any damage, even if there are, small waves, let's say? And the reason why it was built that way was so that when the person moves, the person wouldn't have to hire a moving company to come with a van and take out all of the person's personal belongings and ship those by land. This is capable of moving all the stuff that's in it without having anything damaged. Would it be the same? What would be the result there?
Well, I understand the point. I think that under a case like Evansville, that there does seem to be a difference between relocating the structure and using the structure to transport people and things. But under an objective function test, if it really is designed to be mobile, and we look at it and we say it really looks like a boat and it's designed to move through water efficiently, it would probably look different from this particular craft. But if ultimate mobility is part of the function of it, then the answer could well be different. But for the most part, I think my answer is the same as I was trying to give to Justice Kagan, which is that this is either going to be a vessel all the time until it becomes so permanently moored that it should no longer
I
be
really
a
just
vessel.
don't understand your answer. Mobility surely was a purpose of this because it was moved.
Well,
it can be moved.
There's a question about practical capability of being
okay,
used.
Well, that's something different.
Before you were asking about the hook in the statute here, we do think that the word contrivance does indicate that it's something that has a function that's determinable. And there are lots of other areas in maritime law where the function of a vessel is a relevant question. This is not an unanswerable inquiry. The court uses purpose and function when it's deciding whether somebody's a transact seaman.
What you have said sounds like this structure is not a vessel, period. But your bottom line in your brief is that if we disagree with the Court of Appeals, we shouldn't say this contrivance is not a vessel. We should send it back for what? What finding?
We think that the record here was not really compiled with an object of answering these questions, the things that we think are relevant, because the district court and the Court of Appeals flatly rejected any inquiry into the purpose or function of the vessel.
So what would we tell them they should look into?
That they should look into the purpose and function of the vessel. They should also consider whether it would be damaged when it was towed. That was something that petitioner tried to get. He was proceeding pro se in the district court, offered to present evidence.
On the first question, purpose or function, what do they know that we can't know by looking at this picture and listening to these arguments?
Well, I think that they could hear more about.
I mean, I'd be willing to stipulate they're better at this than we are, but let's.
Well, I think that somebody, if somebody, I can't tell everything about the structure. We have these pictures, and we know that it has a 10-inch draft, but we don't really know how well it is.
I want to be fair to the Court of Appeals. They say, well, now you tell us what the purpose and function is.
And
don't we know that?
Well, I think that this is going to be a somewhat idiosyncratic case. I think that this is an unusual structure. That's why the surveyor on page 43 of the Joint Appendix found that there were no comparables for sale in the state of Florida. And so I think that most cases aren't really going to be like this. If I wanted to put on evidence about that, I would probably decide whether this is more like the floating homes that are described in the Seattle Floating Homes brief, that are really designed just to function in place near the shore. I think that there'd be more evidence about its capabilities while it was actually out on the water and things like that.
Thank you, counsel. Mr. Frederick.
Thank you, Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the Court. The city brought this in rem action against Mr. Lozman's uninsured houseboat to enforce maritime liens. The houseboat was in violation of the wet slip agreement, and it posed a hazard to other vessels in the marina if, because of its flimsy moorings, it came unmoored during a storm. The houseboat was located very close to the navigable channel of the Atlantic Intercoastal Waterway and next to a yacht building facility next to the marina. So the city faced a very real specter of being sued if the uninsured houseboat came unmoored and caused damage. Our position is that the houseboat is a vessel under Section 3 because it floats, moves, and carries people or things on water as the
just like inner tube, right?
No, an inner tube actually does
floats, can be towed, can carry a person.
Well, a person actually, most of the body parts of a person would be underwater and would be through the water. Mr. Chief Justice.
One of those inflatable rafts where most of the parts of the people are.
The test would be what's the practical capability, and a raft that has a bottom actually could very well be a vessel under the appropriate standard of practical capability.
This cup, what about the cup?
Cup is not, because a cup doesn't float.
Oh, well, this is lighter than you think.
No,
how about a garage door?
Take the inner tube and, paste a couple of pennies on the inner tube. Now it carries things. There are things on the inner tube, and it floats.
Justice Kagan, I think we could imagine all kinds of de minimis types of hypotheticals that would satisfy the basic criteria, but what the Court in Stewart said was practical capability is viewed in a real-world sense. And I'm not aware of any case, and they've certainly not pointed to anything, that identifies anything with those kind of practical attributes that would be subject to litigation.
Well, practical capability viewed in a real-world sense, you're talking about transportation, you're talking about things that were built for transportation, right?
Yes, that is true in the sense that one of the purposes, as manifested through its physical characteristics, is the ability to be moved across water. And just as Mr. Lozman's houseboat here was moved 200 miles in the first towage after the hurricane wiped out every other vessel in the docks in the North Bay Marina, and he had it towed with a speedboat 70 miles to the city of Riviera Beach, those physical characteristics and attributes were recognized by the Court of Appeals when it applied the practical capability test. And it said on page 15A of the petition appendix that certainly living a domicile is a purpose of a floating home, but mobility is also a purpose. And he demonstrated that mobility here.
Under your definition, how do you deal with Evansville?
Evansville is a case with many layers, but let me just first start with the fact that the Court announced a practical capability test in Evansville itself. That's what it applied. It reviewed a district court record that had found no practical capability on the basis of the driveways and the more permanent connections to the utility system of the city, and it reviewed that factual record for clear error, which of course it didn't find by
But you're basically saying we reached the wrong conclusion because the wharf boat floated and it regularly was moved. And there was nothing to suggest that it couldn't carry people or things. It happened not to because they would empty it, I understand, before they moved it, but it could have. So if it was practically capable of floating, whether it was semi-tied to land or not, it was released from land on somewhat of a regular basis. So are you suggesting that in Stewart we changed the Evansville rule?
No, in Stewart, you said what the holding of the case was, which was that it was not practically capable of movement at the time that it sank. Now, I would like to just step back for a second because I think Evansville needs to be understood in the time in which it was decided. At that time, many courts, including this one, at times applied a snapshot test. What is happening to this particular watercraft at the moment in time where an admiralty tort occurs, where the contract ensues, and the like. This Court subsequently disavowed the snapshot test, but in Stewart what the Court did was to describe Evansville and Cope as cases about not practically capable of movement or carriage because of their connections to the land. In Evansville, the owner of the wharf boat also owned the adjoining land and had control over the dock and built driveways so that trucks could come on and off and had an 8-inch concrete lining on the houseboat, which are not on the wharf boat, which are not typically attributes one would think of as ordinarily for a vessel.
I got stopped here back at Stewart. Practically capable of maritime transport. Now, those are words I thought you have to interpret with some degree of common sense, and the reason for that is because each of us can, of course, imagine all kinds of things from styrofoam sofas to just dozens of absurd things that have nothing to do with ships or vessels and really could be used, theoretically, to carry something on the water. So what we think of is that practical capability means that this must really have as a function, as one of its functions. I'd like to say purpose, but some people apparently don't like that because it has some other implication that I don't understand. Okay, so call it the function or the capacity. And it really does, as a significant matter of carrying things and not just accoutrements like nails in its walls, but things from place to some significant degree. Okay? So I've just taken the words of the test and through voice and trying to focus your mind, I've said you have to do that really it has to be some significant degree there, which this one doesn't seem to have. All right. So you see what I'm trying to do, and really it's a way of getting you to respond to that.
I think it certainly did have that. It had that capability, Justice Breyer, because it was actually moved on multiple occasions.
But it wasn't carrying things.
It was carrying his personal effects.
Well, that's true, and of course a styrofoam sofa is carrying the holes, or it's carrying the coffee can or something that's on top. But when you have a thing that carries itself, that isn't good enough. It has to be something to do with transporting a thing, transporting some stuff.
It transported his computers. It transported his clothes, except for the fact that his guns were confiscated before the marshal
That's
took
what's
it.
part of a
It
house.
was moved no, they're not part of the house. They're part of the personal effects, just as someone has personal effects in his or her dwelling. And when the marshal towed it, it carried 2 people as part of the crew for the transit between.
All right, think of what it's doing and compare that with the dredge. That every day the workmen get on, they go into the middle of Boston Harbor, and then they start to work. And they dredge. And so you'd say, well, I see one of the purposes of this boat is to carry those people out there. Now think of this one. This one is carrying things, but that which it carries is just what is part of a normal house, which has nothing to do with transporting things on water.
Well, actually, I think Mr. Fisher conceded that if this had a motor and it was carrying exactly the same personal effects, it would be a vessel.
Okay, how do you then distinguish? I see where you're just saying my distinction's not going to work, And so then I'd ask you to say what one you want to come up with that will get rid of all the absurd examples that are lurking in the back of my mind, which I will avoid, and yet include
I think that a vessel that has practical capability, a watercraft that has practical capability to float, move, and carry goods or people.
The floating sofa, it's just somebody is retired, he likes to see it float around in the water and, and it carries a cushion. I mean, really, that's absurd. So how do you distinguish? I gave you an absurd example.
I think I've given up the absurd hypos because there are no litigation on.
Well, suppose, Mr. Frederick, suppose we had a trial on the question of whether these floating homes or this floating home was a vessel, and we found out that actually 99% of people who buy floating homes move it exactly once. They purchase the floating home, and then they move it to the place where they want the home to be, and then it sits there. And this was just clear evidence that, except if there's a hurricane or a tornado, people do not move floating homes. They buy it, they move it to where they want to live, and then it sits. In that case, do you think the thing is a vessel?
Yes. If it has the practical capability, that's what the statute says, Justice Kagan. It depends on if you want to rewrite the statute to have subjective intent.
Well, the statute, you're reading the statute as if it says something can be transported over water. But the statute doesn't say that. It says something can be used or capable of being used as a means of transportation on water. So that the question is whether this thing is transporting other things over water and whether that's its function. And in my hypothetical, it's not its function. Its function is to serve as a house. That house happens to be on water, but it's just a house.
Justice Kagan, the fact that a vessel only moves once doesn't mean that it's not a vessel if it meets the attributes of the statute as explained by this Court in Stewart of practical
Good to see you.
capability.
Happy Easter, everybody.
The Titanic, of course, is a perfect example of that. The fact that a person may choose mobility as one of the attributes and not exercise that attribute, of course, goes to subjective intent. And as the Maritime Law Association's brief points out here, you do not want to apply an intent standard that goes to what the owner intends to, which function the owner intends to exercise, because that leads to manipulation.
Mr. Frederick, is the city's position, it is whatever we want it to be. That is, the first time Lozman was sued by the city, it was not under admiralty jurisdiction. It was a plain old landlord-tenant suit in state court, right?
Yes, but there are some exceptions, and I'll let you finish your question.
Yeah. Well, my question is it a vessel when you want it to be and just an ordinary landlord-tenant situation when you want it to be that way?
No. I would answer that question as no.
But let's take this very incident. That is, he failed to comply with the revised rules, and he was behind in his payment of dockage fees. Could the city have brought that case in an ordinary state court for the arrears?
No.
Why not?
Because it's a vessel, and the exclusive admiralty jurisdiction of the United States courts means that it has to be litigated in the United States courts.
What about
That's why in the first one, if I could just explain about the state court, because I think that there's some misapprehension about what happened. His dog was not complying with the ordinances, and he was not complying with the city ordinances. That's why the city brought the in personam action against him in state court. There was no admiralty basis there. He was still paying all of his dockage services and fees. It became an in rem action when the lien was not being discharged through his payment on the dockage fees, and the city had a basis under the wet slip agreement to assert a maritime lien, which is a classic admiralty action under federal jurisdiction. So they are very different actions. Under the state court action, he could still stay at the marina, but he had to be on a houseboat that complied with the marina's rules. He had 2 houseboats at the marina. And this one was not in compliance, and that is why the city brought action against it. It was the only one of the 500-plus vessels and boats in this marina that wasn't in compliance with the rules.
We want, I suppose, to give the courts of appeals a test that works. See if this sums up your argument or your position. You look to see the objective characteristic, the physical capacity of the structure. And then you look not to purpose but to its objective function. Does it carry goods under the statute? And then I suppose you could, under that, say that this is a vessel, but that
you're going to be woken
this
up here in a
presumption
second.
is overcome
Keep your
if
eyes
it's
open,
permanently
Page.
moored
Wake
in
the
a
fuck
way
up.
the Evansville dredge was. Is that your argument?
I think that sums up in a nutshell what we would regard as a proper statement of the law, of what this Court has already said. And that is that if it's got practical capability, those practical characteristics, Justice Kennedy, will manifest itself in the functions. If somebody wants to buy a domicile on land, one buys a house or a condo. If you buy a floating home that has the attribute, the physical characteristics of floating, moving and carriage.
That's exactly, I think that works pretty well, and you think that works pretty well, but I don't agree with you at the moment, hypothetically, so something's wrong somewhere. And what I'm thinking is that you could have very odd things, like an advertising sign, floating advertising sign. And they tow it around. Is that floating advertising sign a vessel? No, it doesn't carry goods. But it does carry, say, the eyes on the figure, which might move around. And then it does, Justice Kennedy said, carrying goods. All right. Does this structure, this houseboat, have a function of carrying goods? You're tempted to say yes because his personal effects are in it. I'm tempted to say no because there's nothing special about those personal effects that isn't exactly similar to their being in a similar structure on land. Now, that's where I'm wondering if there's a distinction. Do you see what's bothering you?
Justice Breyer, there's no basis. With all due respect, there's no basis in your cases to hold that there is something about transportation that makes it somehow uniquely nautical or maritime as opposed
no, it's not saying
to household effects or other goods or services or people that are transported over land. And that's why when the normal definition of transportation is to convey a person or a thing from one place to another, that's perfectly satisfied under the facts of this case. And it's an undisputed record, as the petitioner says on page 27 of the cert petition. They asked for cert here for you to decide whether Mr. Lozman's state of mind about his indefinite mooring is somehow relevant to the definition of a vessel. It clearly is.
The problem is the list of absurdities that they point to, not the least of which is a dry dock, which you talk about whether it's permanently moored or not, but most dry docks are held in place by, heavy ropes, but you can cut them and you can stick something on them and they can float away. So how do you...
I don't accept the premise of your argument. The dry docks with which I'm familiar are anchored to the bottom so that they can stay in one place and they don't carry anything. So they don't meet the part of the test that requires carriage.
So
they're simply physical structures.
And the other examples your adversary gave. Is a trampoline that floats on water capable of moving? It's moving the trampoline.
I don't think it's practically capable of carrying anything.
It's carrying the trampoline.
And again,
So is the difference whether I attach something permanently or temporarily to the top of the floating thing, the floating board, the floating whatever?
Well, it would not be subject to towage. Here, the houseboat this is important because the houseboat, under the testimony Mr. Lozman elicited at trial, had 4 towing cleats that were welded into the structure of his houseboat so that it could be towed without torquing and twisting the houseboat and causing it to sink. The hypotheticals that the other side has suggested don't have that additive feature of towing cleats. that are used for the purpose of being able to convey the houseboat over.
Counsel, your example of the towing cleats highlights one of the difficulties I have. One, because obviously the question is, well, what if they didn't have the towing cleats? And then what if they had the towing cleats and then took them off? What if they were temporary towing cleats? One of the things, this is a jurisdictional statute, and we like jurisdictional statutes to be clear and easy of application. Why do you think your test is easier than your friend's test?
Because the physical characteristics of this houseboat all point to the attributes of being a vessel. It floats, it moves, it carries.
It doesn't have, the thing that makes something look most like a boat, in my view, is a raked bow. That tells you that that's what they want to use it for, to move through the water. This is straight up and down.
Well, Mr. Chief.
It doesn't have, what are the things called on the side, the elevated sides? That you'd look for in a boat?
And we would submit that Congress did not intend a you-know-it-when-you-see-it test. Barges have been vessels since the time of Cleopatra. The fact that it is flat-bottomed and it floats and it moves and it carries things does not make it not a vessel.
Mr. Frederick, this is a kind of an idiosyncratic case. There are many cases, I think, in the courts now about floating casinos. I take it on your definition, the floating casino would be a vessel subject to maritime jurisdiction.
Yes, unless it has a physical impediment that takes it out of one of the three attributes that just make it a vessel.
As long as, the vessel stays in one place and the gambling goes on in one place, then it may be towed to a different location and it stays there. You say because it is able to be moved from one place to another, it qualifies as a vessel.
Yes.
Even if it's rather permanently moored with like the Intrepid on the Hudson River?
I'm not familiar.
What's about aircraft carrier, but it's really fixed in there with regular walkways and so forth. It's very difficult. It would cause a lot of work in order to move it.
We suggest that the way the court should think about that problem is as a physical impediment. Our physical impediments preclude its movement or its carriage or its float.
Mr. Frederick, if that's the case, then your test really comes down to how securely is something fastened. I mean, you have to deal with Evansville's wharf boat, you have to deal with Cage's dry dock, and you have to deal with all these floating casinos and restaurants. And you're saying that in all these cases we're supposed to look to, is it a rope or is it a cable? How many cables? How quickly can it be disengaged? And that's going to end up being the test that you would have us adopt, which is how easy it is to get out of the port.
I think that that's a fair way to view it, Justice Kagan, and it's a perfectly appropriate one. I mean, the Belle of Orleans
that
case —
That truly does become a jury question, a question of fact for everything, right? You know, are there 6 cables? Are there 9 cables? What are they made of? You know, how long is it going to take to rip up the I-beams, whatever?
Well, I think that as a practical matter, this arises in only a couple of instances, and those are the casino boats, many of which were vessels, and they traverse the rivers, allowing people to gamble because that's how state laws required them to perform. And they have since stopped trying to be vessels because of state law changes that they were able to make. And so the question as a practical matter is, are there physical impediments to the ability of that boat to use the capability to move? The Star of India, which was referenced in the Belle of Orleans case, was a vessel, a sailing vessel from the 19th century. In 1926, they took it out of commission as a sailing vessel and they towed it to San Diego, where it sat for 50 years tied to the dock. And for the bicentennial, they decided, let's get the boat out and sail it. And they sailed it for the bicentennial. The Ninth Circuit held that's a vessel because it has the capability of being used as a vessel. And the fact that something is moored for a long time, if it has the physical attributes to be a vessel, it is a vessel. The USS Constitution, the famous USS Constitution would be shocked to have heard Mr. Gannon's statement about vessel, because there are 200 Navy service members who service the USS Constitution and take it out periodically for sale.
Is there any problem here, which I think maybe the Coast Guard and the other people who are responsible for vessels say, once we start thinking that everything in the house is a vessel, I overstate, we're going to have an impossible time doing our job. I mean, you're going to see some kind of a log next to a beach somewhere, and somebody's going to start calling it a vessel. We've got to limit this somehow to things that really are used as vessels.
Yes.
Is that a problem? And if so, how do you deal with it?
If it were a problem, the Coast Guard would have signed the Solicitor General's brief in this case, which they have done in other cases in which transportation and vessel status have been relevant, like in Spreetsma versus Mercury Marine, United States versus Locke, in which the Coast Guard.
This is not very compelling in this case, because they have regulations that pretty much echo what the Solicitor General is saying. So it's not as if they were going to take a different position. The Solicitor General is basically saying, follow the Coast Guard regulations.
And the statute underlying those regulations, Justice Sotomayor, is found at 46 U.S.C. 4302, and it provides the Secretary very broad discretion on what to include within the regulations and what not to. After this Court decided the Stewart case, the Secretary suspended many regulations for dockside vessels until the Coast Guard could issue new regulations. There is a hint, there's a suggestion that there might be a problem, but there's not anything that's really given in practical terms.
Well, but I mean, there's some easy things to visualize as a problem. If this is a vessel, then the maid that comes on twice a week is a seaman under the Jones Act, right?
No. And the reason why is because, as this Court recognized in Stewart,
the
in-navigation requirement is something that has been used for limiting the reach of Jones Act seamen in those circumstances in which a vessel is taken out of navigation. So I think that it would be appropriate in a case like this, where this is a classic instance of a maritime lien. Dockage.
I'm sorry, it's taken out of navigation, but not every time it's docked.
No,
right?
but no. And in fact, I think the question of who is a Jones Act seaman is a different test that this Court last discussed in the Chandras case in terms of its substantial connection to the mission of the vessel. And that, I think that the Court could safely leave the Jones Act issues aside, because they bring in an entirely different regime that focuses on the worker's connection to the vessel as opposed to the definition of vessel itself. The definition of vessel itself here is, as Justice Scalia pointed out, part of the Dictionary Act, and it is something that does apply more broadly. But as we briefed in this case, there are two provisions that take that definition and then they add an intent requirement as specific language in different parts, so that if that idea function.
All right, I said, buck this. It's almost done. Are you happy, Passe? But see, I had to take you through that misery, that agony. What is a vessel? What's a houseboat? Both of the attorneys are idiots. But anyhow, well, I had to take you through that misery. What was I going to say? I was going to say something and I forget. Oh, I was going to say welcome to the TUGA'S Bunkhole Law Library. Isn't it beautiful? Isn't it fun? Look at it. Would you just look at it? I have every law ever written by man, including cuneiform, Egyptian hieroglyphics, Magna Carta, all the way up to the Supreme Court. And doesn't it make you feel proud that the Supreme Court, after thousands and thousands and thousands of years of man writing laws on fucking tablets, on fucking papyrus and fucking stones and all this, we're arguing what is a vessel, what's a houseboat, what's a boat, what transports and ferries and... Don't you understand? It's like this, they're supposed to be professionals. This is supposed to be the NBA, the NFL, and the WNBA. WNBA. the WNBA of the courts, the best of the best. Wasn't it exciting? But it's going to get more exciting because I'm going to show you this right now. Watch this. So, Mr. Lozman, what happened to him? Did he win or lose? Give me a 1 if you think he won. Give me a 2 if you think he lost. While I get this set up. You think he lost? You think he lost? Raging Cajun Randy, do you think that Mr. Lozman lost? Yes, I'm fun. I've been up all night. He won. No, he won. But I made a mistake. He didn't argue it in front of the Supreme Court. He argued it in front of the prior courts. All right. So, Mr. Lozman ended up becoming a pain in the butt to Riviera Beach. He would show up to meetings and he would tell them like this. Watch.
Fane Lozman, the Riviera Beach Marina. As is typical, the mayor and Ms. Duncombe aren't here during my comments. The mayor, he's probably aware that the U.S. Attorney's Office has arrested the second corrupt local politician. This time it was former Palm Beach County Commissioner Tony Mazzalotti. Former Commissioner
Fane Lozman, you have a right to say what you want to say publicly, but you will not stand up and go through that kind of
Yes, I will.
No, you
Commissioner Ray Liberty was arrested in the spring. I'm informing the citizens that 2 county commissioners... I'm not finished. I have been diligent in continuing my investigation. Excuse me. I'm not walking outside. I haven't finished
carry
my
him
comments. Huh? Why am I being
You cannot
arrested?
get up here and insinuate that somebody
I
up here
didn't
is
say
crooked
anything. I was
behind what somebody
talking
else
about
has done.
County Commissioner Tony Mazzalotti. I have a right to make my public comments.
Take him out.
Look at this. I have a right to talk about. Why am I being arrested? I have a First Amendment.
If you go out, you won't be arrested.
What I'm saying here, you're not even sharing the meeting this way it's being shared on this aisle. This is an abuse of somebody.
Next is that other guy.
Eric Liesel.
That's him right there.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Your name and address, sir.
Yes, my name is Eric Lesso, and I live at 701.
All right. I'm sorry about the echo. I'm sorry about the echo. It should be fixed now. All right. So Mr. Lozman won his first case at the Supreme Court over his property. Thank you, Raging Cajun Randy. So, he won his first case, but he had other issues with corruption and a whole bunch of other people in Riviera Beach that were doing a whole bunch of fucking shit to him, right? So, what happened? Oh no. He got taken out, arrested. So what did Mr. Lozman do? Mr. Lozman took it to court.
Municipalities are immunized. They can arrest you.
All right, here we go.
Fane Lozman knows that firsthand.
Municipalities are immunized. They can arrest you even though it's some bogus charge like, oh.
Fane Lozman knows that firsthand.
Peter Ringel is a rude, obnoxious guy. He won't assign me one.
Mr. Lozman, please.
No, he's a rude, obnoxious, unprofessional.
Public attacks, okay?
I can say what I want to.
No,
yes,
not
I can.
in this meeting.
He is a rude, obnoxious,
Mr.
unprofessional
Officer,
employee
Mr. Lozman out
who
of the
needs to be
chambers, please.
thrown out.
Lozman has been arrested in Florida several times while speaking during the public comment session at Riviera Beach council meetings, even though state law guarantees his right to speak.
And municipalities and, the boards of municipalities, they're basically violating that, because when somebody starts speaking, if it's not positive, they drag them out of meetings. I have been diligent in continuing my investigation. Excuse me. I'm not walking outside. I haven't finished
carry
my
him out.
comments. Huh? Why am I being
You cannot
arrested?
get up here and insinuate that
I
somebody up here
didn't
is
say
crooked
anything. I
behind
was
what somebody
talking
else has
about
done.
County Commissioner Tony Mazzalotti. I have a right to make my public comment.
Take him out.
Take him out.
Look at this. I have a right to talk about. Why am I being arrested? I have a First Amendment.
If you
right.
go out, you won't be arrested.
Say what I'm saying here. You're not even sharing the meeting minutes the way it's being shared on this aisle.
Thank y'all very much. It's happening more often. The most recent in Louisiana, when a teacher questioned a raise for a school superintendent.
Is there a rule? You're going to leave, or I'm going to remove you. Take your things and go.
Are you serious? I hope somebody has this on video.
Excuse me. Is it against policy to stand? Sir, do not. What are you doing? What are you doing? Don't. Can you explain? Are you kidding?
Stop resisting.
I am not. You just pushed me to the floor.
So, I mean, it wasn't only that teacher last week. They regularly drag citizens out of government meetings, whether it's city council, city commission, school board, when the chairperson, who thinks is a very, dictatorial guy, doesn't like what they have to say.
Lozman sued the city of Riviera Beach when it abused his First Amendment and property rights and won in the United States Supreme Court. Now, in an unprecedented move, the U.S. Supreme Court is deciding Lozman's latest suit against the city for abridging his First Amendment rights to speak at public meetings.
The First Amendment is the most important amendment of all of them. That's why it's first. Because we live in America. And by doing what's happening, by trying to silence critics of government, we're working towards a police state. We're getting away from the constitutional values of what's founded this country.
Lozman says the First Amendment Foundation, which filed a friend of the court motion in his case, has been in his corner from the beginning.
The First Amendment Foundation has been invaluable in my fight against political corruption.
If you're concerned about keeping government in the sunshine and fighting suppression of free speech, we need your help.
Yes, consider a tax-free gift. Consider a tax-free gift. Oh, yes, consider a tax-free gift. Hey, do you understand now why Mr. Lozman is my new hero? Being kicked out of meetings, being arrested, investigating. I will not stop my investigation, he said. Oh, he's a man that walked the footsteps before I. And I'm inspired. I'm inspired by this. Doesn't this make you feel good, Paget? Do you get why I had to take you through the agony of watching the Supreme Court decide what a vessel is compared to a boat? A boat? There's still an echo. Is there? Oh. There is an echo. For fuck's sake, I keep on turning that one on. Again, I'm sorry. I have it muted now. I am in the bunkhole after all. Every once in a while, the echo bounces off the fucking caverns. But he's inspired me. Hasn't he inspired you to go to your local meetings, whatever they are? Get across to them what you think about the potholes and such. Okay, do you want to see more? Do you want to see more? I do, before we get to the game room. Now I'm going to go through this real quick, okay? Now, here we go. What happened to him? What happened to Mr. Lozman in the criminal trial? He was arrested, wasn't he? He was arrested. Did you see him being taken out in handcuffs? What happened? What happened? Does anybody think what happened? I think he represented himself. All right, let's find out what happened.
City and the county. Today,
well, Fane Lozman made a name for himself literally fighting City Hall. He beat Riviera Beach in the U.S. Supreme Court twice.
Now he says he is being targeted by State Attorney Dave Ehrenberg because he says he fought corruption in his city and the county. Today, he went to trial on a criminal charge, and again, it went Lozman's way.
Contact 5 investigator Dave Bowman spent the day at the trial.
Fane Lozman was on trial for the charges of criminal mischief. Instead, he attempted to turn the tables and put on trial Riviera Beach City officials and Palm Beach County State Attorney Dave Ehrenberg.
This is a waste of your time.
In circuit court, a defendant goes on offense.
So this is about retaliation for fighting corruption in Riviera Beach.
Fane Lozman attacking prosecution witnesses, including dock owner Davinder Kant. He's a former Riviera Beach city building official.
You said you and your son put the gate in.
Riviera Beach police arrested Lozman near his Singer Island home last February. A woman snapped a picture of Lozman kicking a locked gate near the front of a dock built by Kant. According to Lozman, he owns the submerged lands beneath the dock.
And I kicked the gate that had already been damaged, and it should not have been there. It was illegally on my property.
Fane Lozman is no stranger to butting heads with Riviera Beach in court. Twice cases against Riviera Beach went to the U.S. Supreme Court, including one where the city took and destroyed a floating home.
Mr. Kant built this dock in 1989.
An assistant state attorney told 6 jurors the case has nothing to do with who owns the land underwater.
Mr. Lozman is guilty of criminal mischief that is willfully and maliciously damaging the property of another.
But that argument didn't wash with the judge, who ordered the charge against Lozman dropped right after prosecutors finished their case.
This has been harassment by the state attorney, Ehrenberg. You know, Ehrenberg and I have got into it a few times over the years. And, you know, there's a lot of bad blood between us.
Late this afternoon, the state attorney's office responded with the following statement. These are ridiculous claims. We never pursue cases based on political reasons or personality clashes. Fane Lozman says his next step, go to Riviera Beach City Hall and get the gate on the dock near his property removed. I'm Contact 5 investigator Dave Bowman, WPTV News Channel 5.
Hell to the yeah. This motherfucker's knocking him down left and right, isn't he? Isn't he? Just look at the fucking dude go. Look at him go. He's just a pew, 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 just knocking him down. He said he was cross-examining him. Okay. So, what was the second lawsuit for? And what was it all about? Well, let's looky. And we're going to go through this quick. Oh, not that one. we're going to go through this one quick. And this is why we're in the law. No. Dadgummit. I just had it up there. There it is. The actual case itself. Here we go. All right, this is what we do. Lozman versus Riviera Beach, right? You know, the floating home and a slip in the marina owned by the city of Riviera Beach, blah, blah, blah. We already know this, right? Okay, what ended up happening, let me move this down here, with this case. Let me get on camera here. What ended up happening in this case, what happened in this case was he went to a meeting and he charged that the elected officials set him up, and that he had proof that they had conspired to have him arrested. This goes well beyond the property, the first Supreme Court case. This goes to probable cause. I do believe the charges were dropped. I do believe they were disorderly conduct or something like that. He got the crowd riled up, if you know what I mean. They were given the commission, the county commission, the whatever they were, Riviera Beach, the thumbs down and booed them like Romans. Boo! Not Mr. Lozman, the crowd. Boo! So they arrested Mr. Lozman for creating a disturbance of some kind. Disorderly conduct, they found probable cause anyhow. So Mr. Lozman, I think the case was dropped, or he argued it and won. I'm not exactly sure which. But that's this case right here. Now the court the Supreme Court said that even if there was probable cause found to arrest Mr. Lozman, that Mr. Lozman still would have a case under 1983. See, before Lozman, and when you took your case to this level, if you were convicted, if you went through all the charges and you were convicted, thumbs down on the 1983. Impossible. They found probable cause, which means you have no case. You have no tort. You have no damages because it was justified. Until this case, Lozman versus Riviera Beach. Riviera Beach. Mr. Lozman was set up by the council members to be arrested, which superseded the probable cause factor in the determination whether Mr. Lozman's rights were violated or not. Did I make that simple? Did I make that plain? Did you understand what I was saying? I'm going to just see if I could just skip through this real quick to give you, Lozman alleged the city deprived him of his rights to petition, one of the most precious of the liberties safeguarded by the Bill of Rights. His speech is high in the hierarchy of First Amendment values. Of these facts, Mount Healthy, blah, blah, blah. Right? Let's continue down. Okay, let's go down. Okay, the petitioner in this case alleges that the high-level city policymakers adopted a plan to retaliate against him for protected speech and then order his arrest when he attempted to make remarks during a public comment portion of a city council meeting. The petitioner now concedes there was probable cause for his arrest. The question is whether the presence of probable cause bars the petitioner's retaliatory arrest claims under these circumstances. The city of Riviera Beach is on the Atlantic coast of Florida, about 75 miles north of Miami. The petitioner here is Fane Lozman. And they go into the floating boat, floating home into the ship and all of that. They go into all of that. They go into all of that. They go into the history. And there is a history here, isn't there? He began to discuss the recent arrest of a former county official. Yes, there was a county official that was arrested. There was a city official arrested, and he went to the meeting to comment about him. He was arrested. Councilmember Wade interrupted Lozman, directing him to stop making those remarks. Lozman continued speaking, this time about the arrest of a former official from the city of West Palm Beach. He's hitting them hard. Mr. Lozman is crushing them in this meeting. And you know what? You know what? You're in jail, and you're in jail, and you're going to jail, and you're going to jail. Shut up, Mr. Lozman, and you know what? You're going to jail next. Boo! Boo! Wade then called for the assistance of the police officer in attendance. The officer approached Lozman and asked him to leave the podium. Lozman refused, so Wade told the officer to carry him out. The officer handcuffed Lozman and ushered him out of the meeting. The incident was recorded. All right. So, it was granted writ of Centuria. Lozman does not challenge the constitutionality of Florida's criminal statute. There is no contention that the city ordered Lozman's arrest to discriminate against him based on protective classifications. He's not African American, he's not gay, he's not trans, he's not this, he's not that. Lozman does not indicate the facts. It is well established in 1983 case, a city or other government entity cannot be subject to liability at all unless the harm was caused in the implementation of official municipal policy. Okay, so that's a hurdle you have to get over. Okay, Lozman said the city, through its city council members, formed an official policy to retaliate against him and order his arrest. The court assumed in the discussion to follow that the arrest was taken pursuant to an official city policy. But whether there was such a policy and what its contents may have been are issues not decided here. So it wasn't what was the issue. It was really the probable cause. Okay. This brings the discussion to the issue the parties deem central to the case, whether the conceded existence of probable cause for the arrest bars recovery regardless of any intent or purpose to retaliate for past speech. Two major precedents could bear on this point, and the parties disagree on which should be applicable here. Okay, it goes into case law. Okay, goes into case law, goes into case law. Okay, they resisted. Of course, this is Mr. Lozman's argument, Mount Healthy. The city is saying, hell no, has nothing to do with Mount Healthy. Get that garbage out of here. The city's argument here is that just as probable cause is a bar in retaliatory prosecution cases, so too should it be a bar in this case, involving a retaliatory arrest. There's undoubted force in the city's position. Here's their case law. There are an average of 29,000 arrests per day in this country. Uniform criminal codes, a lot of them. In deciding whether to arrest, police officers often make split-second judgments. The content of the suspect's speech might be a consideration in circumstances where the officer must decide whether the suspect is ready to cooperate or not. You are resisting, sir, ma'am. You're not cooperating, sir, ma'am. Or, on the other hand, whether he may present a continuing threat to interests that the law must protect, like this. Boo! We must protect Mr. Lozman because everybody's boo! Wait, no. They're booing them. Who? Mr. Lozman is really well protected in this meeting, I can guarantee it. And I'm sure Mr. Lozman is no threat to anybody. I would imagine. Oh! Okay, here we go. Are we enjoying it so far? Do you need a break? Do we need a break? Yes, let's take a sip break. And I'll be right back. This is what we do in the law library. Isn't it beautiful? Look at that gorgeous woodwork. Booze break. That's right, Raging Cajun Randy. Smoke 'em if you got 'em, Jack up, Jack says. I got 'em. Yes, the hardwood table. The elegant chairs, the beautiful lights, the stand-up lights. There's oodles and oodles and oodles of information all around me. Legal precedents. Legal precedent. That's right. All around me. Take a break. Somebody's still getting their liquor. I hear some kind of liquor cabinet opening up. Creole, you know not to hide that mason jar all the way up on the top shelf. You could drop it on your foot. Don't ever go high with your moonshine storage. Go low. And the wig. Only the little French fuckers sniffing stuff. Happy Easter! Yes, yes, Jesus paid the ultimate law from the Romans. No, it wasn't the Romans that did it, but I'm not going to go there. But anyhow, he died for all of our sins, Jack on Jack. Does that, I mean, I should say that now after reading that last scream that you gave me. Do you feel cleansed, Jack off Jack? I do. All right. Is everybody back? Is everybody? Only if we believe. Hey, if somebody got to go, I'm glad it was him. Is that a terrible thing to say? Is that a bad thing to say? I thought that we were supposed to be happy that he died for all of our sins. So I don't think that that's a bad thing to say. All right, here we go. Let's get back to this. All right. Of course, stop resisting, sir, ma'am. And we got to keep an eyeball on you just to make you sure you don't kill anybody here. District of Columbia versus Westby. All right. For these reasons, retaliatory arrest claims, much like retaliatory prosecution claims, can be present at tenuous, casual connections between the defendant's alleged animus and the plaintiff's injury. Oh. Casual connection. Casual. Reichel. That means it can be difficult to discern whether an arrest was caused by the officer's legitimate or illegitimate consideration of speech, ibid, and the complexity of proving or disproving causation in these cases, creating a risk that the court will be flooded with dubious retaliatory arrest suits. Oh no, Your Honor, if we let this go, you're going to doom us all. Everybody's going to be filing 1983 lawsuits. The qualified immunity it has to stay. Has to stay. Is that what we're talking about here? Is this sounding more and more like qualified immunity? Do you think it's coming? Does anybody who thinks qualified immunity is coming up next? Or in the council members, it's a broad immunity. It's a governmental immunity. It's not judicial immunity. It's not qualified immunity. It's skipping my mind right now. It's government actors like this that have immunities. Okay, here we go. I'm sure somebody will let me know. All right. At the same time, there are substantial arguments that Hartman's framework is inapt in retaliatory arrest cases, and that Mount Healthy should apply without a threshold requiring into probable cause. For one thing, the causation problem is retaliatory arrest cases is not the same as the problem identified in Hartman. Hartman relied in part on, we didn't read Hartman, in retaliatory prosecution cases. Causal connection between the defendant's animus and the prosecutor's decision to prosecute is weakened by the presumption of regularity according to prosecutorial decision making. Jeez, that was a mouthful. The presumption does not apply in this context. And in addition, there is a risk that some police officers may exploit the arrest powers as a means of suppressing speech. No shit, Sherlock. Yes, I agree, Cajun Randy. The party's argument raised difficult questions about the scope of the First Amendment protections when speech is made in connection with or contemporaneously to criminal activity. But whether in a retaliatory arrest case, the Hartman approach should apply. Thus, barring a suit where probable cause exists. Barring a suit where probable cause exists. Or, on the other hand, the inquiry should be governed only by the Mountain Healthy as a determination that must await a different case. For Lozman's claim is far afield from the typical retaliatory arrest claim, and the difficulties that might arise if Mountain Healthy is applied to the mine-run arrests made by police officers are not present here. Here, Lozman does not sue the officers who made the arrest. Indeed, Lozman likely could not have maintained a retaliatory claim against the arresting officers in these circumstances because the officers appeared to have acted in good faith. And there is no showing that the officers had any knowledge of Lozman's prior speech or any motive to arrest him for his earlier expressive activities. Right. Instead, Lozman alleges more governmental action than simply an arrest. His claim is that the city itself retaliated against him pursuant to an official municipal policy of intimidation. Monell, that's the case, in particular, he alleges that the city, through its legislatures, formed a premeditated plan to intimidate him in retaliation for his criticism of city officials in his open meetings lawsuit. And he asserts that the city itself, through the same high officers, executed that plan by ordering his arrest at the November 6th City Council meeting. The fact that Lozman must prove the existence and enforcement of an official policy motivated by retaliation separates Lozman's claim from the typical retaliatory arrest claim. An official retaliatory policy is a particularly troubling and potent form of retaliation, for a policy can be long-term and pervasive, unlike an ad hoc or on-the-spot decision by an individual officer. An official policy also can be difficult to dislodge. A citizen who suffers retaliation by an individual officer can seek to have the officers disciplined or removed from service. But there may be little practical resource when the government itself orchestrates the retaliation. For these reasons, when retaliation against protected speech is elevated to the level of official policy, there is a compelling need for adequate avenues of redress. Ding, 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 ding. There needs to be reasonable avenues of redress. Because he already tried that in the meeting, and they arrested him. So now, what is the only redress of them setting you up for your speech? Well, apparently it's the fucking Supreme Court. Okay, here we go. Isn't this fun? See, Paget? I told you you would have a good day on Happy Easter Day. I hope you eat lots of eggs. That way you can blow your partner away in bed tonight. Here we go. In addition, Lozman's allegations, if proved, alleviate the problem that the city says will result from applying Mount Healthy in retaliatory arrest cases. Woman, get me a beer. That's right, Jack off Jack. The causation problem in arrest cases is not of the same difficulty where, as is alleged here, the official policy is retaliation for prior protected speech bearing little relation to the criminal offense for which the arrest is made. Oh, what a beautiful fucking sentence that is. That is such a gorgeous sentence. Let's read it again, shall we? The causation problem in arrest cases is not the same difficulty where, as is alleged here, the official policy and retaliation for prior protected speech bearing little relation to the criminal offense for which the arrest is made. Oh, it doesn't even look like it. I mean, I can't even tell what it is. Can you? It doesn't correlate. It doesn't balance. I mean, justice is blind, right? Here we go. It just doesn't make any sense. In determining whether there was probable cause to arrest Lozman for disrupting a public assembly. Uh-oh. Did they get him for it? They took him away for disrupting a public assembly that... Boo! Boo! It is difficult to see why a city official could have legitimately considered that Lozman had, months earlier, criticized city officials or filed. Oh no, months earlier he was calling them dirty sons of bitches, is what he was doing. For months and months and months, he has just not relented. Criticized city officials or filed a lawsuit against the city. So in a case like this one, it is unlikely that the connection between the alleged animus and injury will be weakened by an official legitimate consideration of speech. This unique class of retaliatory arrest claims, moreover, will require objective evidence of a policy motivated by retaliation to survive summary judgment. Lozman, for instance, cites a transcript of a closed-door city council meeting and a video recording of his arrest. There is thus little risk of a flood of retaliatory arrest suits against high-level policymakers. As a final matter, it must be understood that this court has recognized the right to petition as one of the most precious of the liberties safeguarded by the Bill of Rights. Oh no! They just didn't say that, did they? Holy fucking shit! Wrap your brain around that one. Sometimes the Supreme Court's pretty good. Here we go. Lozman alleges the city deprived him of this liberty by retaliating against him for his lawsuits against the city and his criticism of public officials. Thus, Lozman's speech is high in the hierarchy of First Amendment values. Oh, shit. I mean, they're just knocking it out. Kaboom, kaboom, like kaboom, kaback, 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 kaback. I mean, it's just one after the other. These reasons, Lozman need not prove the absence of probable cause to maintain a claim of retaliatory arrest against the city. On facts like these, Mount Healthy provides the correct standard for assessing a retaliatory arrest claim. The court need not and does not address the element required to prove a retaliatory arrest claim in other contexts. This is not to say, of course, that Lozman is ultimately entitled to relief or even a new trial. On remand, the Court of Appeals, applying Mount Healthy and other relevant precedents, may consider any arguments in support of the district court's judgment that have been preserved by the city. Among other matters, the Court of Appeals may wish to consider whether any reasonable juror would find the city actually formed a retaliatory policy to intimidate Lozman during Okay. Okay. Okay, Lozman, regardless of any retaliatory animus, for example, if Lozman's conduct during prior city council meetings had also violated valid rules as to proper subject of discussion, thus explaining his arrest. So they arrested him because he wasn't talking about the subject matter. You got to talk about what we put on the list, sir. You can't talk about corrupt government officials being arrested. Stick to the subject matter at hand, sir. And we put it down there for you, and then we have you sign your name to this little fucking list here, and then we tell you what you can and can't talk about. That's beautiful, isn't it? Kind of sounds like you're being funneled, but with possible retaliation because they know your name now. They just said it to call you up, then to arrest you. But anyhow, it's beautiful. Here we go. For these reasons, let me see. It's okay to build a foundation to stand on, correct? For these reasons, the judgment of the Court of Appeals is vacated and the case is remanded for further proceedings consistent with this opinion. Okay. So that's pretty much what it said. These are all dissenting or affirmative or dissenting opinions. I would suggest you read it all. There's a lot of great wisdom in a lot of this. The rest of it, like I said, is just affirming or dissenting opinions. All right. How'd you like that? Let's see if I got anything else up here for this. Oh, that's it. All right, I'm done here. I'm done in the law library. We are headed to the game room. And I'm going to get everybody in here quick. Where is, oh, it's over here. I'm going to get everybody in here quick. Oh, my friends, to watch the game, we're going to play. Let's maybe off camera. Let me get everybody on here. Yep, everybody's getting in here. They're filling up quick. Get your tickets now. Get your tickets now. $10 down front, $1 up top. Get your tickets now. Bill, Phil, get down from front. Phil, would you move? Nobody could see anybody here, Phil. You always got to be in front of the camera, don't you, Phil? You just gotta be there, don't you? All right, Phil. Okay, there, good, because you're in the game, Phil. You'll see. Yes, this game is called, let's see if it works. The one thing I forgot to do is configure the video. So what we'll do there, and we'll take that off there, and we'll focus it. There we go. That's better. It's much better. All right, see this thing right here? This is called, yeah, see, I forgot to do this too. For fuck's sake. I forgot to put the chroma key on there. See? See, now you can see behind it. Now you can see behind it. There we go. Now you can see behind it. This is the wheel of misfortune. The wheel of misfortune. Yes. What I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you a question. And you're going to answer it. It doesn't matter if you get it right or wrong. Okay? Doesn't matter if you get it right or wrong. If I find that it's a great answer, you're going to get a spin on the wheel of misfortune. So let's get rid of this. Bring up the questions. Okay, here's the question. Okay, who's going to play? We're going to write Paget. Okay, we're going to jack off Jack. We got Raging Randy. We got Creole. Okay, I'll write them in as we go. This is the wheel of misfortune. And here's how we play it. Question is, Nat, the heavenly angel, is a ditch. The first time she tried the halo on, she hung it on her blank. Go ahead, start answering the questions. Start answering the question. Heavenly angel. Uh-oh. I got to cut down on that daggum now that. There we go. Nat, the heavenly angel, was a ditch. The first time she tried the halo on, she hung it on her. Me? Creole gets a shot. A spin. Her toe, you only get one answer. Huh? Her nose, Creole, that's a great one. Her foot, Paget, that's a great one. You get a spin. Nat, the heavenly angel, was a ditch. The first time she tried the halo on, she hung it on her blank. Her wing, I love that, Paget. Anybody else? All in, all said, huh? Jack off, Jack's like, huh? That's it. It's going to be Paget and Creole. Both get a spin. Now here's how it works. Creole's first, and I'm going to spin it. Real easy. If you get a number, that's how many points you get. If you get a fill head, you give your spin to somebody else. If you get a freaking head, you don't want a freaking head. You do not want a freaking head at all. You lose all your points. If you get a blind justice head, justice is blind, you give your points to someone. Because this is what's called the Wheel of Doom. Creole gets 2 points. All right, Paget, you're up next. Around and around it goes. You don't want a freaking head. You do not want a freaking head. Get around, don't? No. All right. Hey, Paget, you don't have any points to give away. We're moving to the next round. We are moving to the next round, and what's next? Next question. Uh-oh. All right. Paget, the alien, got sucked into a black hole and came out blank. Paget, the alien, got sucked into a black hole and she came out where? She came out a man. Cajun Randy, I like that one. Round 2. I like that one. 360 News Hub, me. Came out human. She came out human. Ah, that's a good one. Creole. She came out in peace. Like in pieces or pieces. Like rip the pieces. Is that what you're saying, Jack off, Jack? It's a game called The Wheel of Doom. Okay, Jack, I'll give you a spin. Here we go. Who's up first? Creole's up first. No? Cajun Randy's up first. I spun it real slow for you. It's highly balanced. You got 7. Randy got 7. All right, who's up next? Creole is up next. Here we go. I'm going to spin a little bit quicker. Highly balanced wheel. There is no foot brake on it. the wheel of misfortune. All right. Got 4? That's 4. Rio got 4. And the last one, Jack off Jack. Paget, you didn't answer. I didn't see a trans. Oh, I like that. Yes. Paget, you're up last. Here we go. Jack off Jack. Uh-oh. Get out of there. Don't get on that freaking head. Don't get on the freaking of the fill heads. All right, get past that. Oh, the fill head, you'd have to give your points to somebody, but you don't have any points to give. Jack off, Jack. All right, next question. Next question. A group of pigs are called what? What are a group of pigs called? There is a real answer to this. And you got to give me the real answer. For double the points. Jack of Jack said a horde. A horde of pigs. Oink, oink. Cops. That's very good, but you got to be precise on this one. Double the points. Only one person can guess it. A group of pigs are called a blank. And horde is not it. Cops, cops, cops. That's funny. Ha 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 ha. But we want precise. We want the precise. What is a group of pigs? A herd of pigs. Or is it a herd of pigs? Real. Round 3. Bonus round. Double the points. Around and around it goes. Where it stops, don't want to get on that freaking head. That's all I know. Going pretty quick. It's going pretty quick. Get off that freaking head. Get off that freaking head. Oh, Creole. Creole, you got to give your points to somebody because this is the wheel of misfortune. You have to give your 6 points to somebody. Paget, Jack. Justice is blind. That's right. Justice is blind. You got to give your points to somebody. Randy, you got 13 points. All right, here we go. Moving on to the next question. It's a sounder. That's right, a sounder. Jittery Joe Cool is very shaken after a 9.8 magnitude earthquake. Oh my. Now when he has sex, he vibrates like a blank. Oh my goodness gracious. He vibrates like a blank after the 9.8 magnitude earthquake. Jittery Joe Cool. He vibrates like a joint. Do joints vibrate? I don't know. I've never seen a vibrating joint. I don't know. I just don't know. A joint ain't going to get it, Creole. A jackhammer, yes. Paget's up first. His vibrator, jack off, jack. Oh, that's so horrible. He's going to get you for that one. That's two. Jack off, jack's number two. Paget, too late. You already guessed a jackhammer. You're on the board. You're on the board at number one. Raging Cajun Randy said it first. Forget you, jack off, jack. Two. Got it. All right. We got Paget up first. Paget's up first. You want me to spin it fast? I'm going to spin it fast. I'm going to spin it the other way this time. Look at that black ball bounce. Look at it bounce. The wheel of his fortune. I think you'll be all right. Yeah, I think five. I think you got five, Paget. No, you got four. That's all right. Okay, Randy is up next. Jack off, jack. His vibrator. That's right. You're up fourth. All right, Raging Cajun Randy. Here we go. I'm going to spin it fast again. Round and around we go. Oh no. Get around to that 9. Yeah, 9. Oh, gee. Randy, 0. All right. Creole. Is Creole up next? Creole didn't give me an answer. All right, it's jack off, jack. Third, jack off, jack, you're up. I'm going to spin it slow. Real slow. It's a delicate piece of equipment. Oh, no. Not the break. Get around. Get around. Oh, no. Justice is blind. You've got to give nothing away. You don't have any points anyhow. Here we go. Next question. Sergeant Chucko, the boogeyman, is so weird. How weird is he? He blanks in your mouth as you sleep. Ooh. Ooh. Sergeant Chucko, how could you? Puts cotton in your mouth. I love that. Puts cotton. Great. Great answer. Edge and Randy. He puts a gag in your mouth while you sleep. That's a good answer, Creole. He put a drove. What is a drove? I don't know what a drove is. What's a drove? I don't know what a drove is. Not Throw up. Ooh, Paget. That's number 3. Not doing it. No, check off Jack's not doing it. All right, are we all in? Are we all done? Are we in there? We got 3 answers on the board. First one goes to Raging Cajun Randy. Raging Cajun Randy got 13 points. It looks like he's going to add on. Ooh. That's a 6. He's adding on. That's 6. That's a total of 19 points. Paget has 4. And nobody else has anything. Nobody else has anything. Okay. Who's next? Creole is next. Boy, look at that. I spun that one hard the same direction, too. I'm feeling it on this side. I'm feeling it spinning it this way. Get off of that. No, go. Keep on going. Keep on going. Keep on going. Oh, no. Creole, you don't have any points anyhow. All right, here we go. You landed on the fill head, which isn't bad, but it isn't great. All right, here we go. And we're going to Paget. A fill head, just give somebody else your spin. Paget. Get out there, roll, baby. Yes, roll. There you go, 5. Paget, you got a total of 9. Catching up to Cajun Raging Randy. All right, are we ready for the next question? All right, here we go. Oh, dadgummit. You saw it. It was too late. I took too many bumps. But hey, female sheep are called ewes. A male sheep are called rams. What's a baby sheep called? This is 1 up. Creole got it. Creole got it. That's a bonus round. Creole got it in the bonus round. That was too easy. That happens every once in a while. It does. It's live television in the bunkhole, people. Everything can't be perfect. You got to watch out for them mistakes. I've told you this before. Consider it a hint. And Creole was on top of it like moonshine lightning. White lightning. What's a baby goat called? A kid. Okay, but here we go. Creole, this is double your points. Double your points. Double your points. No, get off of that dagger, no. Creole, you have no points. No points. You couldn't get it in there. Just could not get it in there. That's 0 points. All right, next question. See if I can do it right this time. Lucifer is very proud. Little Lucifer Satan Jr. is so evil. How evil is he? When playing kick the can with the kids, he kicked the blank instead of the can. He kicked blank instead of the can. Raging Kate, that's pretty evil. He kicked their nuts. Not good. Great minds think alike, Creole. Them and the balls, great minds think alike. Kick me, Pache. You are a glutton for Satan Jr., Lucifer Satan Jr. punishment. You're in there, Creole, at 2. Yeah, Lucifer, little Lucifer Jr., Lucifer Satan Jr. Anybody else? All in? All said? All done? Yes? No? Okay, we're done. We only got 2 answers that time. What the fuck? Cajun Randy's in there and Paget's in there. Jack off Jack, you need to come up with something different. Yes? No? Okay, here we go. First up, Raging Cajun Randy. I'm going to spin it this way this time. And I spun it fast. He kicked the Sandman. Oh, that's going pretty quick. Come on, back up to that 9. Nope, 0. That's why it's called the Wheel of Misfortune. All right, here we go. Next up is Paget. I spin it the same way, but light. Oh no. Is that too light? Look at that. Well, that's touch right there, boy. That is touch right there. 9 for Paget. That gives her 18 points. The Cajun Randy's 19 points. Everybody else is sucking. They ain't getting no points, but it is the Wheel of Misfortune and Doom, a group of pigs. Next question. Creole just opened up a voodoo shop. Yes, she did. For $50, she will blank chicken innards for you. Ew. What the hell are you going to do with chicken innards? Like guts, intestine, livers, hearts, innards. She'll fry some innards. Yeah, she'll fry. Randy said fry some innards. Yeah, that's a good one. She'll eat. Ew. She'll eat some guts and intestines. Ew. Cook is already there. Fry. Jack off Jack, you have to come up with a different answer. You got to get in there quick. Creole said bless. Yes, Creole, bless. She will bless the innards of a chicken for you. Now, Cook, too late. 360. It's the beer man. Maybe that's why I asked the question, Cajun Randy. Maybe I might know a little bit about the bayou. Eat. Jack off Jack already said eat. Paget said eat. Too late. You're out. We're done. Who's up first? Jack off Jack, eat. Cook. Yeah, Jack off Jack ain't there. And 360 News Hub, you eat. It's already been taken. All right, here we go. Who's up first? Raging Cajun Randy. Here we go. Oh no. Could this be it? Could this be it? Oh no, get off the freaking head. Oh. Don't swing back. Don't swing back. No, don't. No, no. All right. What did I say the fill head was? I forget what I said the fill head was. Oh, you, Randy, you get to have somebody else spin for you. Who's it going to be? Yes, spin to somebody else. Pass skip. No, somebody else. I like the somebody else idea. Who are you going to give it to? Creole. This goes to you. Creole's getting 2 spins. Hey, we make these games up together. And I'm allowed to change the fucking rules in the middle of it. Oh no. Oh, go. All right. Guess what, Creole? You get to have somebody spin for you. Who is it going to be? Who's it going to be? Pass it on? You think so? Yeah. If you do that twice in a row? No. If you do that twice in a row, it's dead. Let's do it that way, okay? We're moving on. Randy, you didn't get nothing. Paget's up next. Paget, you're sitting at 18 points. You seem to be getting pretty lucky today. No, get past it. Keep on scooting. Not the freaking head. Not the freaking head. No, not the freaking head. You just lost all your points. Oh, no. The freaking head of doom. You lost all your points, Paget. All right, Creole, you're up next. I know, it's brutal, isn't it? Gonna start building that again, Creole. Oh no! Jeez Louise! It's terrible. Raging Cajun Randy, you're still up there with 19 points. Next question. Ghost school is getting way out of hand. In the dorms, spooky MCC farted so loud it blanked the other ghosts. I mean, I could throw a fairy up. Scared the other ghost. Raging Cajun Randy. There's one. Scared the other ghosts, right? No, Jack off Jack, that was wrong. He evacuated the ghost. Such a great one. I like it. Creole's in there with number 2. He clouded the... Yes. Woo. That's 3. Wow. I'm spelling them from here. It's so bad. Jack off Jack can't win. You can guess something, Jack off Jack. Guess anything. I guessed this one. I said turned all the ghosts black. That's what I said on this one. Farted so loud it turned all the other ghosts black. Scared them to death. Turned them instantly black. White sheets to black. All right. Cajun Randy is up first. Real slow spin there. Look at you. Sitting there with 19 points, too. Look at you sitting with 19 points. And it's going to stay on that 5. You got 24 points, Cajun Randy. 20, but anything can happen. Justice is blind. That's all I can say. Anybody has an opportunity to take the points. All right, who's up next? Creole. Oh, slow down. Slow down. Oh, no. Jeez. I mean, I'm telling you, I just can't roll for you today. Oh, okay. Well, you could give that spin to somebody. You could give that spin to somebody. They're probably going to give it to Cajun Randy. You could go ahead and give it to somebody. Jack! Jack's going to get it. All right, here we go. I'm going to spin it fast. Take a drink. Highly balanced. Oh my. Oh no. Oh, freaking head. Them 2 freaking heads are just terrible, aren't they? All right. Okay. Paget, you're up third. Here you go. I'm going to spin it fast again. X. Paget coming back. Look at that. She has 6. Paige and Randy's in there, 24. Next question. Name a movie horse. Name a horse that was in a movie. See, Jack off Jack, you should have been prepared for this. Silver, you can do that, yes. Hi ho, Silver. Mr. A horse is a horse, of course, of course. A horse is a horse, of course. Jack off Jack with Mr. Ed. Trigger. Of course, Trigger. Paget. In there, number 3. Mr. Silver's already taken. That's all right, TV or movie. I'm not going to fault you for that. We changed the rules. All right, are we all in? Creole, Jack, and Paget? Stop your bitching, Jack off Jack. Are we all in? All done? All right, here we go. First up, Creole. No, get off the freaking head. You're safe with the 1. All right, climbing back in there, Creole. You got 1 point. Randy with 24 points is next. Is it going to come back in a 4? Oh no. It's all right, 4. Cajun, Raging Randy with another. Oh, I'm sorry. That was Jack off Jack with 4. And the last one, Paget. I think it's looking pretty good. Four. Paget. You climbing up there. You got 10 points, Paget. 10 points. Time to take a break. Put your Copenhagen in. Smoke your cigarette. Get yourself a drink. Time to take a break. I mean, man. Getting pretty electric up there, huh? Smoke them if you got them. Well, that ain't what it's supposed to be. Moonshine with a straw. That'll get you fucked up in a heartbeat. Yep. All them horrible things that happen to all you people up there on the surface doesn't hurt me at all. Doesn't affect me at all. All right. Is everybody ready? Last round. Last round. All right. Watch how balanced it is. Look how balanced it is without the ball. Hell yeah. All right, here we go. Next question. Snafu bar, the blob is pissed. Oh yeah. He's already engulfed half the town and he's heading towards the blank plant to save his wife. Who kidnapped the blob's wife? Snafu bar's pissed. The blob. Well, I wonder what his wife is made of. What's the blob made of? Huh. The sewage plant? Yes, the blob is sewage. Creole, you're in there. You're in there, number one. Hi, Pockets, good to see you. The shrimp packing plant, is that what blobs are made of? Shrimp? I ain't gonna accept that. I've never seen a blob of shrimp. I've seen a school or what's a gang of shrimp called, a school? I'm not gonna accept shrimp packing. Sorry, Cajun Randy. You're already up at 24. I ain't gonna make it easy for you. I was kind of thinking something like the Jello plant, the Traeger. Something like that, like the Jello factory, the Jello plant, the blob of Jello. Nobody could think of anything else that his wife could be made of. What are blobs made of? And what do they make? The sewage is good. Jello. Goat cheese, yes, High Pockets. That's a good one. Because it starts out liquid. And it turns into a blob. And then it turns solid. Yes, you're going in there too. The water plant, Jack up, Jack, I will accept that. I mean, water is kind of a blobby substance, isn't it? It sticks together. Nobody else. That was a tough one. I know that was a very, very hard one. So let's get to it. 1, 2, 3. Creole up first. Paget has 10. Jack has 4. Randy has 24. And Creole has 1. Get off that. Get around. Yes. 2. Creole, you got total 3. High Pockets, you're up next. Here we go. I spun it about the same speed. I think I'm getting it down. I think I'm getting it down. Woo! Nelly. High Pocket steps in here and cranks out a 9. Up next, Jack Off Jack. Let's see if I can get Jack Off Jack a 9. I think it's coming around, Jack Off Jack. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Uh-oh. Don't go back. Don't go back. Oh, no. Don't go to the one. Oh. Look at that. Boom, boom, boom. I'm hitting them now. Jack Off Jack. You have 13. Has a 10. Raging Jack Up Jack 13, Randy 24, Creole Tree, and High Pockets 9. Now it's a game. Next question. How many teats does a cow have? First person in gets a double, double. You're a wiener. No, you're a wiener not a wiener yet. Creole's a 6. First person in there to get us it right. 8. Holy shit. Raging Cajun Randy is in there with 4. All right, this is only him. This is it. Well, hi, Steve. Good to see you. A little bit too late, brother. All right, Cajun Randy gets it. He's the only one. This is a double-double. Oh, it's a good one, too. Oh, it's going to be a good one, too. Four, double. What does that make? 8. That's 32 points for Cajun Randy. Wow. Double. That's next question. Hey, sometimes it isn't all wheel of misfortune. It just can't be all the time. Somebody got to be fucking lucky. Here we go. Next question. My wife is watching Bigfoot Beach. My wife is named Beach. She was in here. Are you still in here, Beach? Bigfoot Beach is so hairy. When she uses, I gotta do this. She uses blanks as curlers. Bigfoot Beach is so hairy, she uses blank as curlers. Beer cans, I like that. That's funny. Okay. All right, let's see the answers here. Tires. I like tires. That's funny, Jack. Oh, Jack. That's funny. Okay, Creole's up first with beer cans. And then Jack Up Jack with tires. I like that answer. That's 2. Milk jugs, yes. Milk jugs. That's great. Hot Pockets is in there with 3. Yeah, she does have some long hair, I'm telling you. Bigfoot Beach, yeah, she's so hairy. She uses blanks as curlers. Anybody else? We got 3 in there. We could go 4, we could go 5. Last opportunity. Last opportunity. All said and all done. We are done. All right. Up first, Creole. Here we go. Round and around he goes. Oh my, I spun that really light. Oh no. Get past all of that. Oh no, not a freaking head. Get back to Phil. Yes, Phil. That's all right. We're still in it. Creole, you get to give a spin. Your spin to somebody else. Who are you going to give it to? Who are you going to give it to? That's a Phil head. When you get a Phil head, you get to give your spin to somebody else. Cajun Raging Randy got 32 points. Paget has 10. Jack Up Jack 13. Hot Pockets 9. And you got 3. Randy. Okay, here we go. Could this be the Wheel of Misfortune? Oh no. Come back to Phil. All right, it's Nolan Boyd. You didn't lose at all, I don't think. No, it's done. You can only get 2 Phil heads in a row. Okay, who's up next? Jack Off Jack. You're up next. I'm going to spin it fast. Look at it bounce. Look at it bounce. Look at it bounce. Yeah, that thing's going pretty quick, man. Get past all that garbage. Yes. Yes. Oh, no. 0. Jack Off Jack has 0. Creole got 0 on that one. Next up, Hot Pockets. I think I did good. I think I did you a good one there. I think you're going to be all right here. I think you're going to be beautiful. Flat busted. 7. Hot Pockets got 7. That's a total of 16 for Hot Pockets. 3 for Creole, 32 for Randy, 13 for Jack, Jack Off Jack, and 10 for Paget. We all have points to win, lose, or give away. Well, justice is blind. We haven't hit that yet with anybody with any points. Next question. Is this a bonus? Is this a bonus question? No, this is not a bonus question. Father Thin Blue Line Slayer was performing an exorcist on a possessed girl. As His Holiness sprinkled holy water, she began to speak blank. Exorcist, not exercise. Spell check, I guess. She started to speak French. Oui, oui. Creole's in there in first. She started speaking French. What in tongues? Raging Cajun Randy's in there second with tongues. NA, non-applicable. I mean, it is the crucifixion of Jesus Day. I figured I might as well get in an exorcist, right? Jesus would approve. Anybody else? We only have 2 answers on the board. Nobody else wants to answer? No? Nobody got any ideas? All right, we're going to roll with it. Creole is up first. I think that's going to be all right. I think Creole's going to be good. I think Creole's going to be in there with 7. Gives her 10. Climbing up the ladder. Up next, Raging Cajun Randy. Gave it a little bit harder of a spin because I was already halfway around the board. This ain't looking good for you, Raging Cajun Randy. This is not looking good for you. Could it be our first one? Give your spin to somebody. Give your spin to somebody because you landed on a fill head. Just give it away. Just give it away. King George. Creole. Okay, this is going out to Creole. Tater pill. Oh, I think this is going to be fine. This is going to be a fine spin. Four more. That brings your total up to 14. 16 for Hot Pockets. 32 for Raging Cajun Randy. 13 for Jack Off Jack. And 10 for Paget. Where are all these people? Paget. Next question. This is a double-double. Be the first one in. Be the very first one in, and you can double up on your points. One pound of sheep wool can produce how many miles of yarn? Ellie, good to see you. Back. First person in. First person in gets a double spin. She started to speak, you ain't my daddy. That's funny. Where were you earlier, Steve? Well, just guess. 1 pound of sheep's wool can produce how many miles of yarn? Well, Steve said 5, getting closer. You said 1? Oh, Hot Pocket said 1. No, much more than that. Sorry, Hot Pockets. Much more than Creole. Look at you. It can produce 10 miles of yarn. Can you believe it? 10 miles. Holy shit. Okay, this is a double-double. Let's see what you can double up on. I mean, you've been steadily increasing. You got 14 points right now. Oh, no. That ain't looking bad, actually. No. Stop. Yes, it is looking terrible. Uh-oh. Woo, Creole. You get to give. You got a fill head. You got to give. You can give that to somebody. It seems like you and Raging Cajun Randy, I don't know why you would give it to, well, maybe you're thinking about the wheel of misfortune. Give it away. If you give it to Raging Cajun Randy, I have a thought process that he's going to give all away his points. I'm telling you. Cajun Randy. All right. Now, this is also a double. Remember, this is also a double-double. I spun it real fast, just because. Don't go, no, not the freaking head. Oh, no, not the freaking, you're good. I think you're good. Uh-oh. Wow. 8 times 8 is 16. Woo! That moves you right up to 30 points. Raging Cajun Randy has 32 points. Jack off Jack, 13. Paget, where did you go, Paget? 10. Hot Pockets was 16. Ellie and Steve, you just stepped in. Back in. Here we go. Next question. TUGA'S Bunkhole survival video selection is disturbing. His favorite movie is Blank Busters. Blank Busters. Is that disturbing to you? Ghost, I'll give it to you, but I guess that's not disturbing enough for me. I mean, Pig Busters, that's a great answer, Oregon Rogue. Cop Busters, no. Oregon Rogue already got it. Sorry, Ohio Steve. I got Creole at 1. Dustbusters, Hot Pocket at 2. I love it. Oregon Rogue at 3. Anybody else? All in? All set? I got 3 on the board. We're going to spin. Now, you can guess again if somebody took up your answer already, you could guess again. You're not excluded from guessing multiple times if Fuzzbusters, I like it. Ohio Steve, I really like that. Buzzbusters. I really like that. I really like that a lot. That's a good one. So I'm going to give you 4. All right, all said and all done. We're spinning. First up, Creole with 30 points. It's tightened up. The game has tightened up, and this looks like a good one. This looks like a good one. She could pass Rage and Cajun Randy up. It's going to swing back to that 5 or 6. Watch. Oh, 4. Creole, you just took the lead with 34. Congratulations. Look at you go. Look at you go. You just took the lead. Destroyed Cajun Rage and Randy. All right. Next spin, High Pockets. Slow down. Oh no. All right, that's actually pretty good. Pretty good. Got a 1. Yep, 1. High Pockets. You got a 1. It brings your total up to 17. Up next, Oregon Rogue. I'll give you a fast spin. Look at it bounce. Look at the black ball bounce. Where it's going to stop, nobody knows. I think you're good, though. I think it's going to get past all that. I think it's going to be a pretty good roll for you. Oh, no, don't get back to that 9. Oh, get back over to that 9. Swing back. 0. Oregon Rogue, none. Sorry, Oregon Rogue. And last but not least, poor dirt farmer's in here. Steve. Ohio Steve. You do not want the freaking head. Do not want him. Bad. Freaking head's bad. Oh no, get off of the freaking head. Don't go on the freaking head. No, don't go on the, oh good. Uh-oh. You got a fill head. I think, don't go back on that. Don't go back on the, no. It's the wheel of misfortune. Dave, you didn't have any points to lose, so you're all right. The freaking head wasn't bad for you that time, but it could have. The freaking head is not good. You lose all your points. All right. Cajun Randy with 32. Jack off Jack, 13. And Paget. Where are you, Paget? Paget, oh Paget. Where art thou, Paget? All right. Ellie, you're still at 0. Get in the game, Ellie. Okay, next question. This is a double. A double. Oh, I forgot to take that off. The next one's a double. So if you get it first, you get double. How many teeth do chickens have? Oh, Paget went to 8? Okay. How many teeth do chickens have? What? I thought they had a mouthful. Oh, Oregon Rogue said 1. Is that the beak? 10. And 4 molars, right? 10 and 4 molars, High Pocket. Creole, you got it. Double with 0. That's funny. Okay, we're going to spend one for Creole. She's up, remember. Oh man, look at this. Look at this, Creole. Swing back on that 8 would be nice, huh? 7 more. That's 41 points for Creole. Oh, I'm sorry, 41, 48 points for Creole. That was a double-double. Holy shit. Talk about blowing ahead. I pocket 17. Raging Cajun Randy 32. Jack off Jack 13. And Paget 0. Next question. Did I already do a Raging Cajun one? I thought I did. We'll do another one. I made a mistake. I think Raging Cajun was... we'll do this one, Raging Cajun. Different guy. Got his blank eaten by the creature from the Louisiana Lagoon. Oh no, what would he have gotten eaten? He ate his privates. Ooh. Creole, I like that. He had his dog eaten by the creature from the Louisiana Lagoon. Dog. Jack off Jackson there with number 2. He got his back door eaten by the creature from the Louisiana Lagoon. Oregon Rogue's in there. Number 3. He ate his... Oh, no, don't say he ate his gumbo. Ohio, Steve, that's horrible. You're in there with number 4 spin. That's right. There you go, Steve. That's right. Okay, everybody's in. Everybody's done. I think that, I was thinking maybe a leg, an arm. But, hey, that's just me. I mean, he does hang out close to the bayou, next to the swamp that's next to the lagoon. You see, he's surrounded by all these bodies of water. He ate his wife, Ellie, is in there, and she was tasty. No, you weren't kidding. That was hilarious. I like that one. Okay, all in, all said, all done. Go away, creature. And we're up first with Creole, the leader. Man, I just keep... Uh-oh. 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 No, no. Could it be? Oh, no. Come back around, Bill. Oh, you are so lucky. Give it away. Just give it away. Give it away, Creole. You're going to give it to Cajun Randy, that 32? Hoping that he gives his points away to somebody? Give away your spin. Raging Cajun Randy. Here we go. Here we go. I'm going to give it a nice, easy touch. Ooh, that was soft. That was real soft. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, what a tragedy. The wheel of misfortune. Terrible. 0. Okay. Up next. Jack off, Jack. Another nice, fine, feathered spin. Get over that. Oh, 7. Jack off, Jack with 7, that gives you 20. Okay, up next. Oregon Rogue. Let's see if we get Oregon Rogue some points here. Yeah, speed looks pretty good. Yeah, speed looks fine. Come on, roll back into the 8 and 9. Get back there. Yes, go to the 9. Oregon Road got 8. Good for you. All right, up next, Steve. Ohio Steve. Four. Look at people racking up the points. They've got 4. And the last one up is Ellie. Come on, Ellie. Let's do it. Nice feathered touch on that. Watch. It'll work out well for you. Yes. 7. Everybody liking the points today. Oregon Road 8. Steve 4. Ellie 7. High Pockets 17. Trio 48. Randy 32. And Jack Off Jack 20. And Paget 10. Next question. Name a movie or TV pig. Oink, oink. That's all, folks. Allie in there with Porky. Raging Cajun with Arnold. Too late, High Pockets. Peppa. I ain't never heard of no Peppa, but I'll explain who Peppa is. I don't know who Peppa is. Babe. Yes, Babe. Officer Smith. I like that. That's funny. Whoever Officer Smith is, I guess it's just Officer Smith, a pig on TV. Adam 12. I get it. Adam 12. I like it. Okay. High Pockets. I should give you a double one for that one. That's funny. That's hilarious, actually. Arnold Zeifel. All right, we got 1, 2, 3, 4 people all said and all done for the pig on TV or movie. Oh, it's a kid cartoon, Ohio Steve? Okay. I gave it to her. Here we go. Up first, Ellie. Come on, get up and go. 9. Stay on that 9. Oh no. Ellie, you got 0. Oh, you still got 7 though. All right, up next, Randy, Raging Cajun Randy. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It is not looking good. Oh, it's looking extremely good. No, it ain't. It's not looking good. Oh, no. Not the freaking head. The most miserable thing you could get in this game is the freaking head, and you hit him. You hit him right on the mustache. You have lost all of your 32 points. You're at 0, which means Creole was in a commanding lead at 48, and she is up next. The Wheel of Misfortune. All right, up next, Creole. She can add to her lead. Oh no. No, 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 no. Oh my. What does that mean? Justice is blind. You have to give all of your points, all of your massive 48 points to Paget, Jack, Randy, High Pockets, Ellie, Steve, or Oregon Rogue. You have to give all of your points away to somebody playing the game. No, you have to. Justice is blind. No, there is no foot brake on this wheel. It's perfectly balanced with lasers. Rigged, rigged, it's all rigged, rigged. But hey, you got nuked. Here it comes. Can you hear it? Can you hear it? Oh no. Give them away. Yes. You demand a respin. Creole, give your points away to somebody. Do you want to give it to Randy? Make it clear. You got to give them away. You asked for a fast spin? Well, don't. I'm sorry. I didn't see it. But justice is blind. The wheel of misfortune. Randy's back in the lead with 48. Up next, High Pockets. Here we go. Come on. Come on. You can get past it. Come on. There you go. Look at that. High Pockets. You got 9 more. Brings your total up to 32. You got 32. Okay. Oregon Road, you got 8. Steve, you got 4. Ellie, 7. High Pockets, 32. Creole, 0. Randy, 48. Jack Up Jack, 20. And Paget in there with 10. Next question. That was an exciting round, wasn't it? Next question. The tribe is the last man on desert earth and is lonely. How lonely is he? While riding his camel, he blanks the camel's humps. He's lonely. He's very, very lonely. He sucks on his humps. Ellie's in there with number 1. I could see it. I could see it. He humped. Did he hump? Creole in there with 2. Hump. He stroked his humps. Yes, he's very lonely. He's very, very lonely. He kissed his humps. Oregon Road, that's in there 3. And he stroked his humps. That's 4. Definitely. He's so lonely. He climaxed on his camel's humps. Ooh, that sounds kinky. You're not getting any audio? I'm kicking. I'm kicking audio. All right. Here we go. We got 4 people answered. We're going to get to the spins. First up, Ellie. There, I spun it a little bit quicker. I don't know where it's going to go, but you don't want the freaking head. The freaking head is bad. I think you'll be all right here, Ellie. Oh, I thought I was going to get on that 9. You like that 0, don't you? You like that 0. Ellie, you got 0. You got a total of 7, though. All right. Up next, Oregon Rogue. Again, I spun it about the same speed. Yeah, I think you'll be all right. You'll get some points here. Yes, a solid 7 brings your total up to 15. And did I forget Creole? I'm sorry, Creole. I forgot you. I forgot Creole. Here's you, Creole. There, I spun it about the same speed as the rest of them. Get back there. Get back to that 6, 7. All right, Creole, you got 5. At least you're coming back in there. Total of 5 points. All right. Now, the last one, Ohio Steve. Oh, I touched that one real hard. I don't know where it's going to go. I spun it really hard. Come on. Yes, look at that spin. Is that not a doozy of a spin for you, Steve? It gives you 13 points. The lucky 13. 32, high pockets. Creole has 5. 48 to Raging Cajun Randy, Jack Off Jack 20, and Paget 10. I think we're almost done here. Maybe one or two more. I think, maybe. I'm not sure. Okay. This is a bonus, a double bonus. First person to get it gets one spin. Female ducks are called hens. What are male ducks called? Quack, quack. Ellie. Oh no. Creole. Did I forget Cajun Raging Randy in that last spin? I don't think so. Fuck him. Mallards. Very good, but no. They're called drakes. Creole, you're up first. This is a double. I spun it quick, too. I spun it real quick. Just the way you like it. Oh, look at that double. Get that 9. Stay on that 9. Oh, no. Double zeros. Double zeros. That gives you a 5. 48, 32, 7, 13, and 15. All right. All right, here we go. Next question. Beth the robot is the newest updated model and most helpful. How helpful is she? She cooked, set a candle at dinner, put on some soft music, and then she blanked me. She danced with me, of course. Of course. She danced with me. She bathed me, of course. Okay, Ellie's in there first. And yes, she bathed me. Most helpful, Creole. 2. She left me. How helpful is that? Maybe that is helpful. Maybe she was a bitch. I don't know. Ohio Steve is in there with 3. She left me. She feeds me, of course, Steve. That Jack Off Jack. That is most helpful. Most helpful. She pooed me, Creole. Yeah, I don't. Poo. Oh no. Is that it? Are we all done? I mean, Beth is the most newest and updated model, and she is most helpful, and that is all very helpful. But we left some things out. She wiped my mouth. Oh, that was for something else? Okay. The poo? Okay. I mean, I can think of other things that she would be most helpful with. She is a full functioning, newest updated model and most helpful. She screwed me. Of course she would. That would be the most helpful. But you ain't gonna get a double. But anyhow, let's go ahead. Who's up first? Ellie is up first. Let's see if we get Ellie some points here. $4 points. Is it going to stay? Yes. Good roll. 4 points for Ellie. And Ellie, that's 11 for you, Ellie. Okay, up next, Creole. There, I feathered that one for you, Creole. I mean, you have 5 points. Look how I feathered it for you. It's going to work out well for you. See? Don't do the 0. All right, 9 more points for Creole. So that gives you 14, Creole. Up next, Oregon Rogue. A little bit quicker, because I was on this side. I think you'll be happy with it. I think you'll be happy with it. Seven. Oregon Road, 7. It's 22. Oregon Road, you're climbing the ladder. 22 points. And the last up, Ohio Steve. I spun that quicker. I don't think it's going to end up too well for you. It could be. Oh no. Not the freaking head. Oh. Justice is blind. Ohio Steve, you had 13 points. You have to give them away. You have to give them away. Justice is blind. Who are you going to give them to? Who are you going to give them to? Anybody that's playing. Cajun Randy's leading with 48. Jack Off Jack has 20, and Paget has 10. High Pockets has 32. Ellie has 11, and Oregon Road has 22. Who are you going to give your points away to? You're out. You have 0. You had 13. Now you're going to give 13 points away. It's terrible, isn't it, Jack Off Jack? Ohio Steve. Are you listening to me, Ohio Steve? If you don't give me an answer, I'm going to spin. We're going to have a fucking spin-off to get who gets it. All right, it's going to be a spin. Give me a number from 1 to 0. Give me a number from 1 to 0. Oh, he did? Where? Oh, handy. Okay, I'm sorry. He did. I see it. I see it. He said handy. Is that, what does that mean? Handy. Oh, hi, Steve. Oh, you had to go pee? Okay, you have to give your points away. You lost. You hit the blind justice head. No, Steve, you have to give your points away. So you landed on the blind justice head. He said Jack. Okay. 13. Jack off Jack. You're up to 32 points. 32 points. Raging Cajun Randy has 48. You're tied with Hot Pockets at 32. Oregon Rogue, 22. Dave, you have 0. Ellie, 11. Creole, 14. And Padgett, next question. This next question is a double-double. First person in gets to spin. Cows have a memory of how many years? Yes, Raging Cajun Randy, I like screwing you. You're leading, 48. What do you got to bitch about? Cows have a memory of how many years? I'll never eat another hamburger as long as I live. Creole says 4. Good guess. Good guess. 6. Oh, that's a long time. That's a long time. Another good guess, but no. 25 years. Holy shit. That's way too big. One year. Getting closer. Getting closer. Getting closer. 1 year. Hey, I am not to question the questioner. They took 100 random fucking cows, right? And they ran them through memory tests. Okay? Isn't that simple? 100 cows, memory tests. 6 months, longer, much longer. This is a tough one. It's between 1 and 5 years. Hint, hurry, Jack off Jack. That was a hint. No, Ellie, not 2. Double. And then we're going to end on the last question. One more. Just one more. One more question after this one. You're wrong. Ellie, just one more. See, that was a hint. All right, double. Here we go, Ellie. I'm going to spin it fast so I don't know where it goes. Ellie, you're sitting here with 11 points. I think you'll be all right. That's a double. Get that 7 in there. Maybe you roll it to 8. 14 points. That brings you up to 25 points. Paget has 10. Jack has 32. Cajun Randy has 48. Creole, 14. High Pockets, 32. Ellie, 25. Steve, 0. Oregon Rogue, 22. It's anybody's game. Because you know, this is the Wheel of Misfortune. Okay, here we go. Next question. It was 4 years, not 3. Lion 1, the Venusian asked HPR the Martian, do you want to come to my planet tonight for some blank? For some weed. Ellie's in there with number 1. That's a good one. I like that one. I understand Paget left a long time ago. She's eating and all of that, but I still like saying her name. Paget, isn't it beautiful? You want to come over to my planet for some moonshine? Moonshine. That's a beautiful thing. While they watch the moon, right? Creole, 2. You're in there with number 2. To rub antennae. Yes, of course you would think that way, Oregon Rogue. And you got antennae rubbing on your mind? Come over to fish. I like that. What kind of fish did they catch on Venus? But that's a good one, Jack. I like that. 4. For a moon pie. Bam! I like that one too. Hi, Steve. That's a great one. That's a good one. I like that one a lot. A moon pie. I remember them fucking daggum Koreans with their little moon pie little carts. They run behind them. They were little carts. They sold moon pies out of them. Just moon pies. They'd be in the most amazing place. You'd be out in the freaking middle of the forest, and there they are. I said, how the fuck did they get all the way out here with their little carts selling moon pies? But that's a good one. Okay, here we go. Up first, Ellie. Oh, man, did I touch that one. I think I touched it too soft for you, Ellie. Oh, no. It's not going to end well for you, Ellie. Oh, not the freaking head. Not the freaking head. Oh, no. The most hated, dreaded fucking figure on the board. A freaking head. Ellie, you lost all 25 of your points. Freaking head. Sorry. But this gotta happen. Here he comes. There it is. Kaboom! 0 points. All right, up next. Here we go. Can't dwell on spilt milk. Okay, here we go. Creole is up next. Oh no, I'm so sorry. Get past it. Get past it. There you go. Zero. Creole, you got 0. End up with 14. You end up with a total of 14 points, Creole. Congratulations. Ellie, you got 0. I'm sorry. Freaking media head. Okay, up next, Oregon Rogue. I just spun it, spit it like that. Oh no, you got 1 point. Brings your grand total to 23 points. Up next, Jack off Jack with 32 points. I spun it real quick. Happy Easter. Get over that 9. Oh man, 0. You ended with 32. Steve, you have 0. And I'm gonna spin it just for the hell of it. And I spun it real fast. Look at the black ball go. Look at the black ball go. Where it stops. The wheel is not rigged. Six. Hey, at least you ended with that. Steve, sorry. All right, you end up total with 6. High Pockets with 32. And Cajun, Raging Randy, you ain't even lucky. You just have a friend. Won it with 48. Jack off Jack, 32. And Paget, 10. All right. Protest the wheel. The next thing you're going to want is you're going to want the calculations, the numbers, the figures, the facts, the dimensions, the weights, the angles, the level. All right. We're heading back to the living room. And the monkey is. And guess what? Whenever we see the fish mopping, what does that mean? That means it's time to go. Congratulations, Cajun, Raging Randy. Yeah, everybody's leaving. Thanks for coming into the bunkhole on this beautiful Easter Sunday. Happy Easter again. Thank you, Ellie and Creole and Jack of Jack and, all you Oregon Rogue, Daggum Ohio Steve and all of you people. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And I'm going to get myself some dinner. Yeah. Have a good night, everybody. Yeah, the fish. When the fish is mopping, it's time to go. Thanks again. Appreciate it. Bye.